药师琉璃光如来本愿功德经。这部经典是我亲闻佛陀宣说的。一时，佛陀游行教化，来到广严城，在月音树林下为大众说法。这时，约有8000位大比丘众，36000位大菩萨，以及国王、大臣、婆罗门、居士、天龙八部、人非人等无量大众，恭敬地围绕着佛陀，谛听佛陀为他们说法。这时，文殊师利菩萨养成佛陀威神之力，从座位中起来，袒露右肩，右膝着地，合掌向佛陀恭敬地鞠躬行礼，然后恳切地说：
世尊，祈请您为我们演说如此类似的诸佛名号，以及诸佛因地修行时的殊胜愿恒功德，令听到的人得以消除业障，并且也能利益向法转识的一切众生。
此时，世尊赞叹文殊师利菩萨说：
很好，很好，文殊师利，你以大悲心劝请我广说诸佛名号，以本愿功德，这是为了要救拔那些受业障缠缚的众生，以利益安乐向法转识的一切众生。你现在仔细听，并且好好思维，我来为你们宣说。
文殊师利回答说：
是的，请您为我们宣说，我们都很欢喜地在恭听。
佛告诉文殊师利说：
从此娑婆世界东去，经过10恒河沙等佛土，有一世界名净琉璃，其土有佛，号药师琉璃光如来，应供正等觉，明行圆满，善事世间解，无上士调御丈夫，天人师佛世尊。文殊师利，这位药师琉璃光如来在成佛前行菩萨道时，曾发12大愿，要令一切众生所求皆能满足。
药师琉璃光如来在因地行菩萨道时所发的12大愿是：第一大愿，正报庄严，相好如我愿。
愿我来世成佛时，自身能放大光明，赤然遍照无量无边世界，并以32相80随行好，圆满庄严自己的佛身，而且令一切众生皆如我一样庄严。
第二大愿，身光破暗，身光利他愿。
愿我来世成佛时，身如琉璃宝玉，智光内外明澈，洁净无瑕，光明广大，遍一切处，功德无量，如山巍巍，善能安住此琉璃光身与庄严灿烂的焰网中，佛光遍照，胜过日月，能使幽冥众生接受开晓，并随心所欲地做一切事业。
第三大愿，智慧滋生，受用智辩愿。
愿我来世成佛时，以无量无边的智慧，其无量无边的方便妙用，随机设法，使悟子济一切有情众生，令其受用无尽，生活丰腴，没有缺乏。
第四大愿，导入大乘，安住菩提愿。
愿我来世成佛时，欲使一切行邪道之有情众生，舍邪归正，安住于菩提正觉之道，并且对于行声闻独觉的小乘众生，或以正果，或未正果，皆使其由二乘心，转而安定于大乘法中，易入永入，不令退堕。
第五大愿，得戒清净，三聚清净愿。
愿我来世成佛时，若有无量无边的众生遇我药师佛法中，修清净恒，我皆令行者圆满不缺戒，而能具足受持三聚戒。若一时迷昧而毁犯戒法，也能由于闻我药师佛名，还可得到清净，不至于堕入恶道中。
第六大愿，得生健美，六根玩具愿。
愿我来世成佛时，若众生身体残缺不全，五官不正，丑陋愚笨，眼瞎耳聋，声音沙哑，不能说话，两手弯曲不直，两足俱废，或是驼背，患了大麻风，精神失常等种种病苦，只要闻我药师如来的名号，一切众生皆能得到救治，变得端正聪明，五官完整，没有任何疾病痛苦。
第七大愿，安康乐道，除疾离贫愿。
愿我来世成佛时，若有众生受重病逼迫痛苦，而无人救治，无所依托，或没钱送医买药，没有亲人服侍照顾，贫穷多苦，如此病痛贫苦之人，若闻我药师如来名号，即可重病消除，身心安乐，家属资财也能丰饶，乃至精进修行也能证得无上菩提。
第八大愿，转女成男愿。
愿我来世成佛时，若有女人受女生的种种不便而非常痛苦，产生厌离心，想解脱这个女生，此人如闻我药师如来名号，下一世皆能转女成男，具足丈夫相，乃至精进修行，直到证得无上菩提。
第九大愿，改邪归正愿。
愿我来世成佛时，令一切众生都能出离恶魔的罗网，解脱一切外道邪见的缠缚。若是误入种种外道魔见，也要将他们引导摄入于正见的佛法中，令他们渐渐修习所有菩萨六度万恒之正行，而能速证无上正等菩提。
第十大愿，解脱忧苦，免难消灾愿。
愿我来世成佛时，若一切众生受到国家法律的制裁，被绳索捆绑，或鞭打刑问，监禁于狱中，或将受死刑等其他无量的灾难凌辱，悲愁艰逼，身心受苦， 此人若闻我药师如来名号，则能感佛福德威神力，而业果转善，心得安定，解脱一切忧苦。
第11大愿：得妙饮食，须复满孙愿。
愿我来世成佛时，若有众生受饥渴所苦恼，为求饮食而去造了种种的恶业，此人若闻我药师如来名号，专心意念，信受奉持，那么我当先以上好美妙的饮食让他饱足，然后再以无上的佛法除其烦恼，令他安立于究竟解脱的法喜中。
第12大愿：得妙衣服，罗行严誓愿。
愿我来世成佛时，若有众生因为贫穷，没有遮身卫体的衣服，防避寒暑蚊蟒等侵袭，而昼夜不胜苦恼，此人若闻我药师如来名号，一心意念，信受奉持，即能感应佛力加倍，而如心所愿，得到种种美丽庄严的衣服，并且也能获到一切庄严宝物、花蔓涂香和歌舞音乐、娱乐人生，随意所欲，游戏自在，受用庄严，生活丰足。文殊师利，这是那位东方净土的药师琉璃光如来，应供正等正觉，在因地行菩萨道时所发的12伟妙大愿。文殊师利，这位药师琉璃光如来，在因地行菩萨道时所发的广大悲愿及成佛时其琉璃国土的功德庄严，皆是无量无尽。就是我用1劫或1劫多的时间，也不能说完。这位药师如来的琉璃世界，一向清净，没有女人，也没有恶道和苦痛的声音，其土清净，以琉璃为地，往来之道以金绳为界，城楼宫殿和屋檐窗户都是由金银琉璃珍珠玛瑙珊瑚琥珀等七宝所延饰而成的。这东方琉璃世界的一切功德庄严，与西方极乐世界毫无差别。于此药师佛国之中，有2位大菩萨，一位是日光遍照菩萨，另一位是月光遍照菩萨。这2位大菩萨是药师佛国无量无数菩萨众中的上首，以后即将陆续成佛，继承受持药师琉璃光如来的正法宝藏，令药师如来的教化传持行事。因此，文殊师利，凡是对药师佛国的功德庄严有信心者，应当发愿修行，求生药师琉璃世界。
这时，世尊又告诉文殊师利菩萨说：
文殊师利，有些众生不能分辨善恶，只是一味的贪心吝啬，所以也就不知布施的意义及布施的果报。这些人不识因果善恶， 而愚痴无智，对于真谛道理也不尊崇信仰。他们只知道不断地聚积财富，然后勤加守护。若是看到有人来乞讨东西，心里便不高兴。万一不得已而行施时，就像是割了他的肉一样，深深地痛惜不已。此外，还有许多的悭贪众生，积积财物，自己都还舍不得受用，更何况能施予父母、妻子、奴婢、佣人，以及来向他乞讨的人。像这种牵吝不舍的人，死后必定往生恶鬼界或畜生界。这些因贪吝而堕入恶道的众生，由于往昔在人间时曾经暂时听到药师琉璃光如来名号，有意无意中称念过，所以当他堕在恶道中时，如能暂得意念药师佛名，即能就在这意念当时脱离恶道，还生人间，而且得知宿命业报，身为恶道之苦，不要三界五欲之乐，好行六度四舍之施，随喜劝师赞叹，与一切所有财物能毫不吝惜的施舍。因此逐渐还能以头目、手足、血肉身分施予来求乞者，何况是其余的身外财物。这都是由于药师如来本愿功德威神加持所致。
世尊又告诉文殊师利说：
若有众生虽于佛法中学戒受持，而缺破戒；有虽不破戒，而缺不守威仪法则；有虽不犯戒仪，但却毁坏佛法正见；有的人虽不毁坏佛法正见，而却不求多闻，不听名师说法，所以对于佛经的甚深义理不能了解。有的人虽然广学多闻，却生起骄慢之心，因此而自闭心智，目中无人，险恶毁谤正法。如此皆是由于闻而不起正思，故流于邪魔。这些愚人迷昧不知真谛道理，有邪思维而起邪修行，自行教他，自害害人，不但自堕恶道险坑，已使无量艺术的众生堕于地狱、畜生、鬼道中，辗转生死，没有穷尽。若能听到药师琉璃光如来名号，由于如来本愿力加倍，便能使此罪大恶极的众生痛改前非，舍恶修善，不堕恶道。即使不能舍恶修善，堕于恶道，也将由于如来本愿威力，令其现前暂闻佛号，遗经耳根，永为道种，而于恶趣命终时还生人间。因为佛力令其意念前生堕落因缘，于是能深信真谛道理，勇猛精进，善调身心，意乐自在。由于定慧清净，即能使世俗牵累之家，如与解脱自在之佛法家。在佛法中受持出世戒学，没有毁犯，而且有正知正见，广学多闻， 了解经典的甚深义理，远离慢心，不再毁谤正法，不为魔见邪行，乃能逐渐进而修行诸菩萨的六度万行，速得修正圆满。
世尊又告诉文殊师利说：
若有众生悭贪不舍，嗔恨嫉妒，自赞毁他，将来当堕于三恶道中，经过久远的受尽无量痛苦，受完苦报之后，从恶道命中来生人间，由报感而生作牛马驼驴，常被人鞭打，忍受饥渴等逼害，而且要常常为人背负重担，随路而行。即使或生为人，也是很卑贱的做人奴婢，受人屈役支配，恒不能自由自在。这些以前生为人时，却悭贪忌毁的众生，若曾经听到药师琉璃光如来名号，就因为如此善因，如今能再忆念药师佛号，并且一心至诚地皈依药师如来，由于如来威神力的慈悲摄受，便能解脱畜生、蝼蚁等一切苦痛，转而成为聪明伶俐、智慧多闻，直到常常求取殊胜的佛法，因而能常遇到善友，自然永离邪知魔见的罗网，突破无明的蒙蔽，使烦恼河枯竭，永不沉溺，而解脱一切生老病死、忧愁苦恼。
世尊又告诉文殊师利说：
若有众生好生是非，喜欢恶语，离间别人，以致互相打斗争讼，彼此恼乱，两败俱伤，并且以身语意造作增长种种恶业，辗转常做不饶益众生的恶事，而且还互相的谋害对方，如祷告山林树木和众木等鬼神，请他们代为报复，令对方断命，或杀牛羊鸡等众生，取其血肉，祭祀药叉、罗刹等鬼，以求令对方断命，或书写怨恨的人的名字，甚至加上对方的生辰八字，用草木做其形象，以恶咒来咒诅，以求令对方断命，或以厌魅蛊道等方法加害于人，甚至还有对死尸念咒，使死尸其来，拿着刀杖去杀仇人，一起损坏其身体。这些众生若能听到药师琉璃光如来名号，便可承仗药师如来本愿功德之力，使这些恶鬼、恶事绝不能相害，并且能转令恶鬼恶人生起慈悲之心，互相饶益安乐，彼此间不再存有损害意及嫌恨心，大家欢悦相处，对于自己所受的果报也能安贫知足，生喜足心，不再互相侵害，而互助合作的为饶益之事。
世尊又告诉文殊师利说：
若有四众佛弟子，比丘、比丘尼、优婆塞、优婆夷，以及其他深信佛法的善男子、善女人等，有能受持八关斋戒的， 或经1年之久，或只于每年的1、5、9这3个月内受持8关斋戒。如是等人，一此斋戒善根因缘，发愿往生西方极乐世界阿弥陀佛乐土，听闻正法，而尚未决定可以往生者，这些愿生西方极乐世界而没有把握的众生，若能听到药师琉璃光如来名号，至心持念，到临命终时，即有8位大菩萨：文殊师利菩萨、观世音菩萨、大势至菩萨、无尽意菩萨、宝昙华菩萨、药王菩萨、药上菩萨、弥勒菩萨，乘空而来，指示其往生净土的道路。随即于西方极乐世界或东方琉璃世界的种种杂色众宝华中自然化生。或有众生因为听到药师如来名号，至心持念，以此功德而生于天上。这些众生虽生天上，享受天福，等到天福尽时，他原本已有的善根仍未能穷尽，所以不会堕入于地狱、恶鬼、畜生等恶道中。等到天寿尽时，自然还生人间，或升为转轮圣王，通摄4大部洲，威德自在，能感化无量的众生，使其修行十善法。或生于王族、婆罗门、居士等名门大家，衣食丰富，财宝无量，形象生得端正端严，父母兄弟、夫妇儿女等眷属都具足无缺，并且聪明有智慧，勇健威猛，如大力士。若本来是女人，因得闻世尊药师琉璃光如来名号，而至心信奉持念，便能永离女身，不再受生女人，即可转生为男身。
世尊又告诉文殊师利说：
这位药师琉璃光如来成佛时，由于在菩萨因地所发的本愿力，所以便观察众生所遇到的种种病苦，如虚弱、干渴、黄疸等病，或被颜魅所扰，蛊毒所中，或短命、横死等病苦。药师如来发愿，欲令众生病苦消除，因此众生向药师如来祈求消灾延寿的心愿，能够得到满足。当时药师如来入定，名为除灭一切众生的苦恼之定。入定之后，从肉际中放出大光明，然后在光明中演说大陀罗尼咒，皈依世尊药师琉璃光王如来，应供正等正觉，即说咒语：南无婆伽伐帝，毗沙舍居卢，毗琉璃，婆那婆，荷拉舍耶，达他揭多耶，阿拉何帝，三藐三婆陀耶，达至他安毗沙士毗沙士毗沙舍三摩揭谛娑诃。意义大概是： 我要以药来普救一切众生的病苦，让他们立即痊愈。当时，药师如来在光中说完此咒之后，大地震动，普放大光明，照耀一切众生，使一切众生的病苦全都消除，过着安详康乐的生活。
世尊告诉文殊师利说：
若看见有男子或女子患有病苦，就应当一心为那病人虔诚持念药师如来神咒。替病人持念此咒时，必须先洗澡漱口，常保持身口清净，然后将病人的食物、药或用无虫的清净水持咒108遍，然后给病人服食，这样病人的一切病苦皆可消除。若有所求，如能至心念诵药师神咒，皆能满愿，不但现生消灾除病，延年益寿，临命终时亦得往生琉璃世界，决定不退转，乃至证得究竟菩提。所以文殊师利，若有男子或女人对于药师琉璃光如来能至诚恳切恭敬供养者，对于此药师神咒就应当常常受持念诵，勿稍懈怠而忘失。
世尊又告诉文殊师利说：
若有清净信受佛法的男子或女人，能于药师琉璃光如来应供正等正觉所有的名号，听闻以后恭敬诵持，早晨起来就刷牙漱口，沐浴净身，然后敬供香花、烧香和土香，并以歌舞赞颂来庄严和供养药师如来的形象。另一方面，对于这部药师琉璃光如来本愿功德经，也要供养受持，或自己写，或教别人写这部经，并且一心受持，听闻思维其意，还要使其他听闻此经的人都能了解。对于弘扬此药师法门的法师，应布施供养，凡其生活上所需要的物质，都要尽力恭敬地供养使于，勿令缺少，这样便能得到诸佛的护念，所求皆得圆满，善根增长，乃至证悟菩提。
这时文殊师利菩萨禀告佛说：
世尊，我当发誓，于相法转时，愿以种种方便善巧，令一切清净信行的善男子、善女人等，都能闻到世尊药师琉璃光如来名号，甚至在睡梦中，也得因为闻到药师如来的名号而有所觉悟。世尊，若有人对于此药师琉璃光如来本愿功德经能领受经义，持念不忘，阅读背诵，或是为他人演说开示，或自己书写此经，或教别人书写，对于此法宝恭敬尊重，能以种种花香、涂香、墨香、烧香、花蔓、璎珞、幡盖、伎乐而为供养， 同时还要以五色彩缎做成囊袋，盛至药师经，以表敬重。然后将处所扫洒清净，敷设高座，用作供坛，安放经典。若能如此奉扬此法，即能感得四大天王及其眷属，以及其他无量的天众来护持道场，供养守护。世尊，若是此药师经宝流通的地方，有人能够信受奉持，以此世尊药师琉璃光如来的本愿功德力，及听闻药师如来名号而意念受持，成此善根功德之力，在药师经流通的地方，即不会有人横死，并且也不会被邪神恶鬼夺其精气。假设精气已被夺取的，也能恢复健康，如同正常一样，身心安乐。
佛对于文殊师利菩萨所言，应可确定地说：
没错，没错，正如你所说的，文殊师利，若有净信善男子、善女人等，想要供养这位世尊药师琉璃光如来，应该先造作药师佛的形象，复舍清净的高座来安置佛像，然后供上种种香花，烧种种香，以种种窗幡来庄严供佛的道场，并且应于7日7夜受持8关斋戒，食清净的食物，包括补非食食，造育身体，保持清洁，穿清净的衣服，同时不生垢秽染浊的心念，也不发怒或存有害人的心。对于一切众生，要怀有利益安乐、慈悲喜舍、平等看待的心，击鼓作乐，唱念赞记，并从右而左恭敬地绕行药师佛像，还要意念药师如来的本愿功德，读诵这部药师琉璃光如来本愿功德经，并且要思维经中的义理，然后为人演说开示。若能如此依法修行，并将此功德回向，则能随愿所求，一切满意。求长寿的得长寿，求富饶的得富饶，求官位的得官位，求男女的得男女。若是有人忽然做噩梦，看见种种恶相，或有不祥的怪鸟飞来聚集家中，或者在住处出现许多不祥之兆，此人若是能够备办各种妙真资具，恭敬供养这位世尊药师琉璃光如来，那么此人所有噩梦恶相等一切不吉祥的现象，就会隐没消失，而不能危害到此人。或有水灾、火灾、刀灾毒害，或身处悬崖峭壁，或是遇到恶相、狮子、虎狼、熊、猩猩、毒蛇、恶血、蜈蚣、油盐、蚊虫等凶猛的兽类，或可怕的毒虫，此人若能一心意念药师如来及恭敬供养，成此功德，皆能解脱如上所说的一切部位灾难。遇到他国侵犯扰乱， 或盗贼分歧，谋叛掠夺。若能一心一念恭敬供养这位药师如来，亦能解脱外敌内贼的灾难，国政改善，人民欢和。
世尊又告诉文殊师利说：
若有净信善男子或善女人等，能够尽其此生不信奉天魔外道，并且只有一心一意地皈依佛法僧三宝，进而心意领纳，身口执持佛的戒法，如5戒、10戒、菩萨400戒、比丘250戒、比丘尼500戒，在其所受持的禁戒中，或有触犯破戒的，因而害怕会堕入恶道中。此人若能专心持念这位药师如来的名号，以及恭敬供养药师如来，那么就必定不会堕于三恶道中。或有女人即将生产，备受疾苦之时，若能一心称念药师如来名号，礼赞恭敬供养药师如来，则能成佛功德愿力，消除生产苦难。而所生的孩子诸根顽具，相貌端正，智慧聪明，人见亲近欢喜，并且安隐无事，少有疾病，也没有非人之鬼魅来夺取婴孩的精气。
这时世尊告诉阿难说：
像我如此称赞宣扬这位世尊药师琉璃光如来所有功德，这是诸佛智慧所行境界，甚深难思之处，是一般众生难以了解信受的。你听了是否相信？
阿难回答说：大德世尊，我对于如来所说之法信受不疑，这是因为一切如来的身语意业无不清净，纵使日月可令堕落，妙高山王可使轻动，而诸佛所说的话绝对真实不变。世尊，有些众生因为信根不具足，闻说诸佛不可思议解脱境界的甚深行处，便不能信受地想：凭什么只念药师琉璃光如来一佛名号，就能获得那么多的功德和利益？因此疑惑彼佛明德和诸佛行处，继而诽法不合理，谤佛欺骗人。如此诽谤佛法之人，将于漫漫生死长夜中，因为不信佛法而失去觉悟解脱的大利乐，常堕落三恶道中，流转无穷，求出无期。佛告诉阿难说：
若有众生听闻世尊药师琉璃光如来名号，能专心受持意念，恭敬供养，不生疑惑，像这样具足信根的众生，而还会堕入恶道中，是绝对不可能的。阿难，这是一切如来甚深不可思议的解脱境界，一般众生是很难相信了解的。而你现在却能坚信受持，当知此皆是如来慈悲威神之力所加倍。阿难，所有正果的声闻和缘觉，即未登初地之前的菩萨等，对于诸佛甚深行处，仍不能真实的信解。只有下一生即将成佛的补处菩萨，才能如实信解 诸佛甚深解脱境界。阿难，在生死轮回中，人身是非常难得的。既得人身，能有善根、敬信、尊重佛法僧的众生，更是难得；而能够听闻到药师琉璃光如来名号，更是极为难得。阿难，这位药师琉璃光如来，在过去因地修行中，曾修过无量无边的菩萨行，发无量无边的广大愿，所以对于一切法门，既有无量无边的方便权巧，能利益一切众生。我若以一劫或一劫余那么多的时间，来广说药师如来的无量行愿和善巧方便，也还不能说完。即使千万劫的时间，仍然是有限的。这位药师如来的广大功德行愿和善巧方便，则是无法说尽的。
这时，在法会的听众中，有一位大菩萨，名为救脱。这位救脱菩萨摩诃萨，即从座位起来，袒露右肩，右膝着地，恭敬地居躯合掌，而向佛禀白说：
大德世尊，在未来的相法与末法之时，有许多众生因种种病患而苦不堪言，肠病羸瘦，不能饮食，喉唇干燥，眼见四方变暗，死相现前，不久将死。此时父母亲友等看到病者痛苦将死，都围绕着病人啼哭坠泣。病人在垂危之时，虽然自身还卧在病床上，但是在死相现前之时，却见到阎魔王的使者来拘引他，将他的神识带引到阎魔法王面前，听候审判。阎魔法王的判罪执法，是以每个人的具生神，将他所造的善恶罪福所惩报为根据。所有众生都有一个具生神形影不离地跟随着，他将每个众生一生所做的一切罪福都记下来，等到这个众生即将命终之时，便将此记录全交给阎魔法王，当作执法审判的依据。这时阎魔王就依具生神的记录审问此人，并且计算验对他生平的所作所为，随其善恶罪福来处决判定他该受什么果报。这时若有病人的亲友能为他皈依世尊药师琉璃光如来，并请僧众来读诵这药师琉璃光如来本愿功德经，点燃7层长明灯，悬挂5色的续命长幡。由于病人的亲友为他做了如以上所说的功德，或者能够使病人的神识复还苏醒过来。病人若成功德力，神识复还，如梦醒来，能够清楚地知道地狱受刑之刑罚及家眷为他修法之情境。由于养成功德之力，病人的神识或经过1日，或21日，或35日，或长到49日才生还回来。这时他已如从大梦中觉醒一样，皆能忆知地狱里善恶业报赏罚之情形。由于此人自心正见，亲历地狱 业果报应之境，所以从此以后，不但不敢再造恶业，即使遇到可能丧身失命之情形，也宁可死，而绝不造恶业。所以，凡是对药师琉璃光如来有敬信的善男子、善女人等，都应该受持称念药师琉璃光如来的名号，尽自己所能做的，恭敬供养药师如来。
这时，阿难问救脱菩萨说：“善男子，有病难的众生，应该如何恭敬供养药师琉璃光如来？同时，续命幡和长明灯又该如何制造？”救脱菩萨回答阿难说：“
大德，若有病人想要脱离病苦，他的亲友应当代为他受持7日7夜的八关斋戒，并且应以清净饮食及各种物资用具，虽能力所及，多少不拘地供养比丘僧。又于昼夜6时礼拜供养世尊药师琉璃光如来。此外，还要至心读诵此药师经49遍，燃49盏灯，造药师如来形象7尊，在每一尊佛像前各供置7盏灯，每一盏灯的光亮要大如车轮，并且在49天之内光明昼夜不绝。同时要做5色的彩幡，长为49札首。此外，还应于49天之内每天放生。如能随力来做以上之事，病人便能成此功德，免除危厄之难，不为诸横恶鬼所执持，而恢复健康。
救脱菩萨再告诉阿难说：“
若王族或即将登王位的太子等，遇到国家发生灾难时，例如全国流行疾疫，或受外国侵略逼害，国内发生匪寇叛乱，星宿出落发生变化，可能是国难来临的前兆。日月无光，也可能是灾难来临的前兆。风雨不调顺所引起的灾害，长久不下雨而引起旱灾。国家元首遇到这些情况时，应该对人民生起拔苦与乐之心，赦诸罪犯，减去刑罚，反躬救己，行义施人。同时，需依照前面所说的种种供养之法，至心恭敬地供养这位药师琉璃光如来。由于其功德善根，以及药师如来本愿功德力的加倍，便可令其国泰民安，风调雨顺，农作物丰收，一切人民健康欢乐，并且于其国中也没有凶暴邪恶的药叉等神作怪恼害众生，一切不吉祥的现象也都立即隐没消失，而国家元首等自身亦能增福延寿，无病身安，威德自在。
救脱菩萨又对阿难说：“
若是皇后、妃子、太子、王子、大臣、宰相、太监、宫女及所有的官员和老百姓，被各种病苦所缠，或遭到其他的水、火、风、战乱等恶难所困，亦应遵照前面所说的方法，旋立5色神幡，燃49盏灯，持续光明地供奉在药师佛像前， 并且还要多放生，集散各种鲜花，烧各种名香，并且还有持念佛号、诵经礼拜等。若能依法修持此药师佛法，则可借此供养药师如来的善根功德，及药师如来的本愿功德力加倍，一切病苦皆得除愈，所有恶难完全解脱。
这时，阿难问救脱菩萨说：“善男子，众生已将终尽的寿命，为何还可以松益延续？”救脱菩萨回答说：“
大德，你岂不曾听闻如来说过有9种横死吗？因此我才特别劝导众生造续命幡，燃7层灯，即此修福德。因为修福德的缘故，便可善终其应得的寿命，不会再遭到任何苦患。”
阿难又问说：“9种横死是什么？”救脱菩萨说：“
若有众生虽得小病，然而没有医生诊治，又不服药，以及无人看护，或遇庸医而错服药方，实不应死而横死。另外，有人信世间邪魔外道、妖孽巫师胡乱说过道符，令人迷惑恐怖，心畏惧不正的去卜问如何避祸求福，因而听信邪魔的指示，宰杀许多众生，祭祀神明，招请魍魉，祈求赐福延寿，但是终究无法如愿。此皆因愚痴无智，不用药治，反而妄信邪说，自伐生命，而且还因此造业，永堕地狱，无有出期。这就是所谓的初横。第2横死，侵害国家或他人，堕落法网，横被国法处死。第3横死，喜欢打猎嬉戏，纵欲嗜酒，放逸无度，致遭邪神恶鬼夺其精气而横死。第4横死，死于火灾。第5横死，死于水灾。第6横死，横为种种恶兽所啖食。第7横死，因不小心掉入悬崖，死于非命。第8横死，或为毒药所毙，或为冤家咒诅、起尸鬼等所中而死。第9横死，为饥渴所困而死，或自饥渴而死，或被尽饥渴而死。以上便是如来略说的9种横死，全为未善终其天年，冤枉而死，其寿原未享尽，所以若设法救济，仍可复活。除了以上9横死之外，尚仍有无量种种的横死，这是无法一一详说。
救脱菩萨又说：“
阿难，那阎魔法王主管世间众生善恶罪福的名级部，若有众生不孝顺父母，犯忤逆等种种罪行，破坏毁谤三宝，不忠于君而犯上叛乱，或犯了杀盗淫妄等根本戒法，如是种种罪业，死后将堕地狱。阎魔法王就根据其罪业的轻重，拷问 处罚他。所以我才在此奉劝一切众生，燃灯造幡，放生修福，承仗此功德福利，便可使众生度脱一切苦厄，不会遭受各种横难，得以增长福寿。
这时，在大众中有12位药叉大将参加药师法会。这12位大将是贡毗罗大将、伐遮罗大将、弥耆罗大将、安底罗大将、俄尼罗大将、山底罗大将、因达罗大将、波夷罗大将、摩虎罗大将、真达罗大将、昭度罗大将、毗杰罗大将。这12位药叉大将各统领7000药叉，以为眷属。他们异口同声地向佛陀禀告说：
世尊，我们今天能够蒙佛威力，得闻世尊药师琉璃光如来的名号，善根增长，从此不再堕入恶道，而不生恐怖。我们全体共同一心，从今以后一直到死，都皈依佛法僧三宝，并且发誓护卫一切如法修持的众生，令他们离苦得乐。无论在任何乡村、都市或空旷的树林等地方，若有人流传这部药师经，并且持念药师琉璃光如来的名号，恭敬供养药师如来像，我们药叉大将及所有眷属一定经常护卫他们，皆使他们解脱一切苦难，并且满足他们所有的愿求。若有疾病危难而求度脱的，也应一心读诵此经，同时要以五色彩缕结出12药叉大将的名字。等到病苦灾难解除，愿望已经满足之后，再解开缕结。
这时世尊赞叹各位药叉大将说：
很好，很好，大药叉将，你们想报答世尊药师琉璃光如来大恩大德的人，应该恒常这样利益安乐一切有情。
这时阿难向佛陀请示说：世尊，应当以何种名称来称呼此一法门？我们应当如何去信奉受持？于是佛告诉阿难说：
此法门有3个名称，一名称是药师琉璃光如来本愿功德，另一名称是12神将饶益有情皆愿神咒，也称作拔除一切业障。要牢记此名称，以法恭敬受持。
这时佛说完此经，在座的诸菩萨摩诃萨及大声闻众，还有国王、大臣、婆罗门、居士等人众，天人、龙众、药叉、乾达婆、阿修罗、迦卢罗、紧拿罗、摩吼罗伽等8部众，一切与会大众闻佛所说的微妙法门，皆充满法喜， 信受奉行。药师琉璃光如来本愿功德经。
修持药师琉璃光如来本愿功德经的功德利益及修持方法。修持药师法门具有很多的功德利益，约略地说，可有10种功德：一、加官进禄，福寿增长；二、眷属如意，资产富足；三、产妇平安，子女聪明健康；四、消灾免难，事事吉祥；五、命中安稳，随愿往生；六、转女成男，得道多助；七、若在恶趣，暂闻佛名，即生人道，菩提不退；八、入邪道者，得归正道；行小乘者，令入大乘；九、毁犯斋戒，还得清净；十、不遭挫折，速成佛道。药师法门是不费世间法而求出世道的法门。经文中启示我们，要凭借着悲智的宏愿，以出世的精神做世间的事业。药师如来虽然是东方净琉璃世界的教主，但是药师法门也资助求生西方极乐世界的众生随愿往生。修持药师法门，能够免除9种横死，便有12位药叉大将和他们的眷属常相卫护。12位药叉大将各有7000眷属，合计84000，这也表示着转84000尘劳，而为84000功德法门的寓意。药师灌顶真言具有去病、消迁、消灾、满愿功德神力。药师法门的修持方法，在经文中已经有所说明。如果分项来说，可以分作6门。这6门是：一、供养，敬备香花烛果，奉献佛前，广设床幡祭月，庄严道场；二、礼拜，整束仪容，清净3夜，五体投地，起手皈依；三、赞叹，吟诗作记，歌咏梵呗，称颂佛德，宣扬经功；四、诵经持咒，读诵经文，持诵咒语，或为定课，或为兼修。五、称名念佛，称念药师圣号，声声口诵思维，忆佛念佛，精进不歇。六、发愿回向，常发4弘誓愿，回向法界有情。 除了以上所说的6门修法之外，还有一种慈悲药师忏法。这种忏法仪轨是依据《药师经》所撰述的，最初叫做药师灾忏，现今又有一个别称，叫做消灾延寿药师忏法了。药师忏法直到如今还是一门很受尊崇的忏法。
How to avoid the sword and soldiers attack? The reasons for the swords and soldiers attack. We need to first find out why is there the painful swords and soldiers disaster. All things exist within the cause and effect framework. If one committed bad causes in the past, the person is bound to suffer from the effects of these bad causes. If one understands the principle of this causation, he will recognize that a sword and soldier's disaster is a form of effect. However, some people do not believe things inherent around this principle. These people have never studied Buddhism. They have no idea why causes and effects have to do with it. If the principle of causation has no merit, what constituted to the swords and soldiers' tragedy then? The intelligence of a common mortal can only understand the present. The thinking and views of a common person and those of a saint are fundamentally different. An average person believes there are two causes. The first cause has to do with invaders who also advocate imperialism. These invaders started wars to conquer the world, resulting in the sword and soldiers' tragedy. Another commonly believed cause has to do with individuals with inordinate ambitions. They create political instability, leading to treason and wars. The tragic sword and soldiers' attack becomes unescapable. These are the two common reasons the averages believe that brought on the sword and soldiers' disaster. However, none was the real cause. Each was only a form of conditioned facilitation. If the mishap is conditioned, what was its real cause then? Well, the truth is not readily comprehensible by a common person. Only saints with superb intelligence could understand the ins and outs. The wisdom and knowledge of the saints can see through the past. The Dharma is everywhere. Only Buddhism can recount the reasons for the sword and soldiers' disaster, specifically and clearly. Let's look at this analogy. Take a melon seed and bury it in the ground. This act is called cause. When the seed germinates and grows and bears fruits, the fruits are called effects. Facilitating condition in this example is to promote the melon seed's growing process. Just as after you plant the seed, you water it, provide it with sunlight, and fertilize it, will it be able to bear fruits? From this, we can tell cause combining condition produces effect. This illustration puts things into perspective. Seeing the effect, one can deduce the corresponding cause. By the same token, seeing a melon, he can instantly tell it is from a melon seed. The sword and soldier's effect is manifested because the sword and soldier's cause was committed. We need to take into account that since the sword and soldier's mishap is the fruit of killing, its cause definitely cannot do away with killing too. And with the help from those with relentless greed and desire promoting the condition, the sword and soldier's fruit is produced. But such cause cannot be understood by average mortals. Only the Bodhisattva can comprehend. This is not an empty talk or presumption. The Bodhisattva has divine vision, capable of seeing the cause and effects of the swords and soldiers' misfortune completely. We humans from the beginning of time have been killing animals. Yes, each and every one of us. There are two kinds of killing: direct killing and indirect killing. When committing these killings for long, once the condition comes, the effect of the sword and soldiers will ensue. Then, what is direct killing and what is indirect killing? When a butcher slaughters an animal out of his own mere intent, that is direct killing. But because we eat meat daily, the butcher therefore kills the animals for our sake. The killing the butcher performs is indirect killing. These are the two types of killing causes. The principal conflict of killing. All of us thought performing direct killings resulted in a heavier crime, since of meat eating is lighter. This is incorrect. Similar to the law of a government, there are two types of conflict: the principal conflict and the accomplice. The principal conflict is the person scheming the crime. The accomplice is the accessory assisting. So, are those who slaughtered the principal conflicts, or are the ones who ate the meat the major culprits? There is no definite answer. Say, if a butcher one day decides to slaughter a pig and sell in the market, the butcher in this scenario is the main conflict. People buying the meat are the accomplices. However, when the meat is sold out and there's still a long line, the butcher slaughters again. The waiting customers then become the major conflicts, and the butcher an accomplice. Hence, whatever causes one commits, he will be subjected to effects of his own making. Compared with people in the past, people nowadays are not willing to believe in punitive justice. In the old days, not only the average people were wary of effect, even butchers were also cautious of causal relations. While killing an animal, they would murmur, "Pig, pig, do not be furious with me. You are a dish to the humans. If they don't eat meat, I wouldn't be slaughtering you. Blame and condemn those who eat you." See, even the butchers were afraid that the animals would get them after they died. However, should the animals retaliate those who ate their flesh, or should they go after the ones who slaughtered them? This local saying is right on. It says every death has its debtors and every injustice has its perpetrator, so each has to be responsible for his deeds and acts. Situations of a sword and soldier's disaster. By now, we understand the cause of the sword and soldier's tragedy. But how terrifying is it? Some people have experienced it first-handedly, but as time passed, they forgot. Some people have never encountered it. They have no idea how fearful it could be. We now classify a situation into 4 general categories. Category 1. Massacre. In the old days, when the war struck, civilians got killed just as the soldiers. When the enemies attacked, innocent civilians got killed along with the soldiers. That was how a horrifying massacre or holocaust come about. Some people might say, "Gone were those days. There shouldn't be any killing of the innocents now." We need to know war nowadays are not just land and sea attacks. Modern-day wars are in fact more disastrous than any wars in the old days. When country A produces atomic bombs, country B follows. Just think, what was the purpose of producing all these bombs? Was it just for storing in the arsenals permanently? And when a bomb dropped, who could be sure that he himself would not be killed or hurt? Category 2. Arson. From the beginning of time, when there are wars, there are fire scenes. Today, we have weapons like gasoline bombs, fire bombs. They were designed specifically to burn and destroy. Once the bomb explodes, either people are killed or the land it hits will be burned to ashes. Category 3. Homes destroyed. To escape from the wars, people flee for their lives. Homes have to be deserted and eventually get destroyed. Just like the people in mainland China, they used to have acres of land, family estates, and plenty of property. But because of the wars, they could not bring any with them when fleeing to Taiwan. Category 4. Family members separated. When the war draws near, everybody leaves in a rush. One hand holding the son, the other hand clinging to the door. Roads and stations are packed and crammed with people. When the train leaves, even if you hear the desperate cries of a lost child, there's nothing you can do. Parents, spouses, and children often get separated in this manner. These are the terrifying situations. The mainland Chinese are easier to understand the pain, as China was battered by warlords some 60-70 years ago. Chinese people fled from one province to another. Very soon came the Sino-Japanese War. Planes bombed their land, homes, and killed their families. Some people in Taiwan had also experienced the same torture. The swords and soldiers mishap may not have been here yet, but when its cause is performed for a long time, once the condition comes, the calamity will be unleashed. Before the sword and soldiers' condition arrives, there are still ways to salvage the situation. Yet so many people do not believe in this cause. It will be futile even I love to help. People in the old days say friendliness conveys auspiciousness, cruelty and hostility deliver tragedies. It means friendliness gives luck and is good. Cruelty and hostility result in violence and is bad. Souls with hatred will be back for justice. Go back to the butcher's murmur and think. Meat eaters should pay, as they owe for too long. That should be collected from them. Collect what debt? It would sure be the swords and soldiers' doom. Up to here, you may still be skeptical. Let's take a look at another illustration. A senior monk in the Song dynasty knew the swords and soldiers' tragedy would dawn on Anyang Tang from his meditation. During the reign of Emperor Huizhong in the Song dynasty, the Jin soldiers had itself to attack. Places they set foot on were all being destroyed and people being slain. The situation in the town of Anyang in Hunan was exceptionally devastating. At that time in Anyang, there was a senior monk who had the ability to see through things when he meditated. People in Anyang saw the town was so severely damaged and had no clue, but knew there must be a reason to it. So they paid the senior monk a visit. The monk explained to them. People in Anyang in the past had committed so much more killing of animals than other places. The extent of your suffering naturally is more drastic than others. Moreover, the retribution of your sin is no close to an end. The tragedy of the swords and soldiers will keep coming. If you people of Anyang quickly come around and stop killing, it will help lessen the payback inflicted from your misdeeds. But the Anyang people did not believe a word the senior monk said, and kept on slaughtering animals. In the years that followed, Anyang continued to be war-battered. Many Anyang people were pathetically killed too. By the time they realized what the senior monk said was true, it was too late. This historic case demonstrated that killing was the cause, the swords and soldiers' disaster was the effect. The levels of renouncing killing. Giving up killing is the radical solution to eliminate the sword and soldiers' disaster. Right in front of us, the sword and soldiers' disaster is found to be attributed to the cause of killing. We should not commit any more killing causes. This is renouncing killing, which is the genuine way to avoid the painful sword and soldiers' attack from coming. Even the tragedy is a result of collective misdeeds, there are still ways to break away from the mass. That is, when others kill, I do not follow. Then I won't have to suffer from the results of wrongdoings as others will. But often, we hear people say, I'm not a butcher, and I don't kill animals, but it's impossible for me not to eat meat. How could that be done? It's good to know that you don't kill animals. I'll show you some appropriate ways. Given the sword and soldier's calamity has 3 levels of disaster, there are also 3 levels of meritorious deed to abandon killing. Performing the superior level will compensate the first or the worst level of disaster. Performing the medium level will compensate the second level of disaster. Performing the lower level will compensate the third level of disaster. The superior level is to be a vegetarian for life. If it's difficult to do, please be mindful of causes and effects. The medium level is not to eat meat, fish, or fowl for breakfast and for every 6 and 12 months in the lunar calendar. If it's still difficult, attempt the lower level. The lower level is not to eat meat, fish, or fowl on the designated 10 and 6 vegetarian days as well as on the Buddha's birthday. At most, you can only consume tri-purified meat. What is tri-purified meat? It refers to meat of animals that you neither see nor hear their cries when they were killed or got killed because of you. There's a vegetarian restaurant with an interesting written couplet erected. The first line says, "Be a vegetarian for 1 day. I have nothing to do with killings in heaven and earth." The second line says, "Who knows your own debt? Bear 2 horns to pay since beginning till now." This couplet means be a vegetarian for just a day. Even trillions of animals were killed that day. I'm free from such sin. Who can tell when the debt is being collected or paid? When reborn as animals, one will likely be slaughtered. It has always been like that, going through cycles of birth and death and revenging. Think, isn't it sad? I urge and advise you all to stop the impending arrival of the terrifying sword and soldier's tragedy by quickly be a vegetarian and cease killing animals. Bear in mind, we have been devouring meat for thousands of years. The animal's hatred and grief is so immense that it's like a bottomless sea. Want to know what a sword and soldier's attack is like? Listen at the door of the slaughterhouse at midnight. These words are true. Cause and effects can be changed. The law of causality. The law of causality cannot be destroyed. Some people might puzzle. If cause and effects can be changed, then the saying does not comply with the Dharma. The principle of the Dharma preaches that with cause comes effect, and that the law of causality cannot be offset, while it says cause and effects can be altered. Correct. The law of causality indeed cannot be destroyed. One of the verses in the sutra says, "Escape from thousands of tragic events, sins committed remain. When cause joins condition, suffer own making." When translated, it means, even you were not caught up in the many tragic events around you, all the sins you did would never vanish. Bear in mind, between cause and effect, there is a condition. Once the condition comes to play, you have to suffer from every of your wrongdoings. 2. The law of causality does not counterbalance. Some people might think, if I did a lot of wrongs in the past, is it still impossible to reverse them even if I performed a lot of good now? No, it is impossible, because cause and effect cannot offset each other. Virtue is rewarded with good, sin is recompensed with evil. This is the law. Just like on the same soil bed, you planted a melon seed and a bean seed at the same time. When both bear fruits, you will get melons from the melon plant and beans from the bean stalk. Melons do not have an opposing effect on beans, and beans cannot make up for the melons. But you just said cause and effect can be changed. How could that be done? Understand the cause, break the condition, the effects can be changed. 1. Need to understand the basis. You all need to know cause is cause, Condition is condition, effect is effect. They need to be explained in 3 phases. With cause comes condition, then effect. Let's now talk about condition. What is condition? Ask ourselves, will the sword and soldiers disaster come? Many would say, no, it will not. Well, it's because its condition has not surfaced yet. Only before its condition matures will we be able to change the cause and effect. If the premature condition is ruined, we will be able to alter the sword and soldier's effect. However, once the condition has taken shape, there will no longer be ways to change the consequence. This is especially true when the condition of our collective sin materializes. No matter how mighty you are, there won't be ways to rid the doom. Two, need to apply methods. Before the condition for the sword and soldier's disaster forms, what are the ways to salvage the situation? That will be ways directing to condition ruining. Similar to a doctor prescribing specific drugs to cure specific illness, when the patient has fever, the doctor will prescribe him cooling medication. When the patient is suffering from bellyache, the doctor will give him medicine to cure the pain. Tackling the problem directly is a good cure. But if the patient's fever is treated with painkillers, or if this bellyache is given doses for repressing fever, this curing tactic would endanger the patient. Remember, being a victim of a sword and soldier's attack is because of the killing done in the past, thus have to undergo the inevitable. Now, if we stop the killing causes, its conditions won't arise. Without the condition, effects of killing will not form. The sword and soldier's disaster will then never come. If you are still unclear what this condition ruining is about, below is a story to demonstrate. The master's clever analogy. In the past, there was a place with a Buddha monastery. In the monastery, a master was lecturing the Buddha Sutra. A person who had done a lot of bad things came up to the master at the end of the study and said, I killed and murdered in the past. I understand my sins are heavy. What shall I do? The master replied, you need to sincerely repent and show remorse. As long as the fruit of your bad doings has not been borne, you can still terminate its condition. But this person only understood what will cause this and effects, but not condition. The master then cleverly showed him through an exercise and gave him a bag of spiny plant seeds and asked him to sow them on both sides of the field behind the monastery, and said, on the east side, scatter the grinder calcimine on the soil after sowing the seeds, but no watering. For those sowed in the west side, be sure you water them daily. The master also instructed, every 5 days, walk on the field barefoot. Be sure you walk on the east and the west sides. So this person walked on the east and the west side, but found nothing amiss. The master reminded him again, keep on watering the seeds on the west field, but continue not to water those on the east. Wait for 5 more days and go on walking barefoot on both sides. Another 5 days went past. This man followed his routine. But this time, he found that the spiny plant seeds on the west were budding. 5 more days later, the buds came to be 3 inches tall and even began to bloom yellow flowers. He continued his barefoot walking. After 5 more weeks, while walking on the west field, his feet were pricked by the thorns of the plants and could not walk on the west side anymore. The master asked the man, what did you feel when walking on the east field? The man responded, nothing in particular. The master asked again, both the east and the west sides have spiny plant seeds planted. Why are you able to walk on the east side but not on the west one? At that moment, the man realized, Since the seas on the east side were topped with calcimine and were never watered, the condition for growing was preempted. On the contrary, the seas on the west side were watered daily. The water provided condition making growth possible. Therefore, even the seeds were planted at the same time. The ones on the east did not sprout, but those on the west grew beautifully. This is what is, with condition, things flourish, without condition, things fail. This is the reason why cause and effects can be altered. Different degrees of condition breaking. What are the ways to break a condition? The degrees of condition breaking can be grouped into 3 classes of efforts. The bottom class of efforts is starting from today not to kill animals. Eat only tried purified meat from animals that you neither see nor hear the killing, and that the animals were not slaughtered because of you. If this can be done, you are a good man. The middle class of efforts entails giving up animal killing and being a vegetarian. If one could comply, the person would be Arhan equivalent. The best class of efforts, no killing, be a lifetime vegetarian, and also take a further step to release captured animals. People doing it will be Bodhisattva like performing good deeds to the mass. The above 3 categories of efforts can be carried out according to your ability. Let's continue analyzing these efforts. 1. The bottom class of efforts. Break the condition, give up killing, easy to comply. Abolish all sin per your ability. Do not do new crimes. Let's first talk about the lower class of efforts that is not demanding. It begins with destroying the condition and quit killing lives. There are 2 verses from past intellects. Abolish all sin per your ability. Do not do new crimes. The verses mean, if meat was served, eat the meat. If no meat was offered, so be it. The sin will be lessened per your ability to repent. Never kill animals because you want to eat meat, as you will then commit a new crime. A line in an essay about tolerance and the universe from the Buddhist canon says, give up killing for 1 day and 1 night. In the coming life, one will suffer less of the sword and soldier's attack. Just see, perform a day of virtuous deeds can yield such big reward. Imagine if being a vegetarian for your whole life, the return would be enormous. Someone might ask, according to what you said, giving up killing is to avoid the sword and soldier's calamity in the coming life. Is it possible to escape from it in the present life? My answer is possible. I can cite you a story. Once upon a time, a man left town on a boat. On the boat, he saw a wooden bucket that belonged to the boat owner. In the bucket, 2 lovely fish were swimming happily, but also possibly would be cooked as lunch for that day. This man then asked the owner of the boat, "Can I buy the 2 fish from you, please?" The owner of the boat replied, "Sure, but they are very expensive. The 2 fish cost $300. Just tell me when you want to eat them, I will cook them for you." The man then paid the owner $300 for the 2 fish, but could not bear to eat the fish. He said, "Oh, I do not want fish today. Please do not cook them." A day later, the owner of the boat asked the man again, "Would you like to have fish today?" The man said, No, I'm having vegetables today." Actually, the man did not plan on eating vegetables. He was amused by the 2 fish cheerfully swimming in the bucket and did not have the heart to eat them, let alone see them cooked. So he lied about eating vegetables. The man later put the 2 fish in the river and set them free. Another day went past. While the boat was sailing in the big river, the wind suddenly became stormy and the waves became wild. All the people on the boat were scared and terrified. While they were kneeling and praying for help, 2 words, fake vegetarian, appeared among the clouds. Everyone saw the words clearly. Someone then asked, "Who on the boat cheated about eating vegetables? Who is it?" That person asked a number of times. The man who saved the fish said to himself, "I lied about eating vegetables. I must have offended heaven. If I keep quiet, I would drag everyone with me." He then said loudly, "It's me! It's me!" The rest turned to him and said, "You get out of the boat!" And they all pushed him into the river. At that time, something strange happened. A piece of log drifted to him out of nowhere. The man clung to the log and was safe and sound. A gust of strong wind also blew him ashore and was rescued by the people on land. As to the boat, it could not stand up to the stormy wind and waves, and was overturned. All the people on the boats were drawn to the bottom of the river and got eaten by fishes. Let's review. The man who lied about eating vegetables, just out of a moment of kindness and mercy, saved his own life. Two, the middle class of Ephesus break the condition and eat vegetables, relatively difficult to comply. Let's move to the middle class of Ephesus. It requires not only to quit killing animals, but also be a vegetarian. Compared with the lower class of Ephesus, it's harder to achieve, because humans have a penchant of eating meat since they are born. To go absolutely meat-free, fish-free, and fowl-free is not easy. How should that be done? We then need to make the following contemplations and projections. Horror 1. The arrival of sword and soldiers disaster. Ask if we are afraid that such disaster would happen to us. If we are, when a bowl of meat is served in front of me, I need to ponder how horrifying it must be to the animal upon the time of slaughter. It must be like the sword and soldiers' attack was here. To avoid such disaster from dawning on me, I should not eat this bowl of meat. This is the first contemplation and projection we should do. Horror 2. Being captured by enemies. The second projection. When a war broke and the enemies marched in, how horrifying it would be to those who got captured. At this moment, I need to ponder and think about the animal whose meat is served in the bowl. How woeful the animal must have felt when being sold and tied up. To avoid being captured and similar tragedy from happening to me, I should not eat this bowl of meat. Horror 3. Losing family members. The third projection. Each family has parents, siblings, spouses, and relatives. If anyone's being captured or adopted, the grief and anguish the family had to go through must be heart-wrenching. At this moment, I need to ponder. At the time when the animal was being strapped and taken away, its squeals and the look on its face were how agonizing. Then, I should not eat this bowl of meat. Horror 4. You yourself getting killed. The fourth projection. Imagine if someone wanted to take away your life. At that moment, would you be prepared and willing to go along or not at all? At this instant, you need to ponder the pain and torture the animal had to bear when its blood gushed out, its meat being hacked on the chopping board and being fried and cooked in the pan. To avoid being similarly murdered, I should not eat this bowl of meat. If one can accomplish these 4 contemplations, not only will the person not wanting to eat the meat, he will also feel deeply sorry for all the wrong things he had done, and will never ever eat meat again. Three, the best class of Ephesus. Break the condition and release captured animals. Very difficult to achieve. 1. Superior to building a 7-layer futu. Let's talk about the best class of avars again. Apart from breaking the condition, one must also free captured animals. There is this Buddhist saying, saving a creature's life is superior to building a 7-layer futu. A 7-layer futu refers to a 7-story shrine. One can see the kind act of saving the animal's life can be so significant, since the Bodhisattva is always helping and relieving lives. When one saves an animal, it would be the same as repaying the Bodhisattva's kindness. I'm sure someone would wonder, how can an animal be compared with a human? 2. Past relatives, future Buddhas. We need to understand, a person could find his parents, brothers, sisters, and relatives of his past lives in the 6 passages. The 6 passages are the passages of heaven, human being, asura, animals, famished demons, and hell. The real natural disposition of all beings in these 6 passages were originally clean, pure, and bright. However, ignorance and anxieties corrupted for a long time. The beings were lost and deluded in these 6 passages, enduring cycles of birth and death. Being born once, we have parents and family for that one lifetime. When encountering endless cycles, the number of parents and families resulted are so aplenty that it's hard to keep count. And given humans are incapable of remembering things in their past lives, once they go into metempsychosis, they had no idea. Then how do one know his past families exist in the 6 passages? We need to know these words were from the Buddha. Shakyamuni Muni is a saint with profound intelligence and great enlightening, and can see clearly and extensively. He said, all living creatures have the inherent quality of a Buddha. Once they are fashioned with the condition for Buddha, they can become a Buddha if they study and follow Buddhism. Thus, for all living creatures, they are not only our late parents, but are also our future Buddhas. So if you set them free, you are the Bodhisattva. Bear in mind, one needs to be a Bodhisattva before he can be a Buddha. Causes of theism: no progression without condition, spiny plants absent of water, hard to grow. This Buddhist stance means the evil causes performed in the past are obviously frightening, but without facilitating the condition, evil causes cannot take place. Just like one of the stories told earlier, the master asked the man to plant the spiny plant seeds on the east and the west paths. The spiny plants are equivalent to the bad effects. When stepped on shoeless, they could prick your feet and make you bleed. But if you do not water the seeds, it would be difficult for them to grow into spiny plants. Even you walked on them barefoot, they couldn't hurt you. This means even you might have committed lots of evil doings. If you stop killing animals from now on, the magnitude of your evil consequences will be smaller. Therefore, I urge each of you to quickly study the Dharma to promptly change the effects. Reasons for luck and tragedy. 1. Friendliness conveys auspiciousness. We all should be mindful that killing is the principle of all evil, not only brutal and violent, but is the worst of all kinds of crime. There is this local saying, heaven, earth, and human are 3 talents connected to each other. It means the hearts of mankind and those of heaven and earth are related. When the heart is spiteful, the being is evil. When the heart is kind, the being is good. When men's hearts are merciless, the nature will become cruel. When the men's hearts are friendly, heaven and earth will become pleasant. But there are good and bad people. How can we tell one from the other? Keep in mind, when a person is kind, he will do good things. Similarly, if the person is bad, he will do mean things. When the nature is peaceful, it means things are blessed. When the nature is ruthless, it means things are vicious. Therefore, when men are good, the nature will become good and bring luck. When men are unkind, the nature will turn harsh and becomes catastrophic. However, lucky things and tragic things do not happen for no reason. Where do lucky things come from then? Luck is from friendliness. That's why there is this old saying, friendliness conveys auspiciousness. It means when one's heart is peaceful and carries peace and kindliness to the maximum, not only will the person not hurt people, he will not even harm animals. Friendliness and luck will come. Just quote this example. Emperor Zhou was the most compassionate and caring king in the old days. He regarded his people as wounds and treated each one as if he were injured, suffering from immense pain and misery alike. His caring did not only limit to the living, but extended also to the diseased, and could not bear to see their bones exposed to the sun and rain. According to history, Emperor Zhou went on an inspection tour in the countryside one day and saw some human bones scattered and unburied. He immediately commanded his attendants to sort them and bury them. Emperor Zhou was this kind and compassionate. He did not only love the living, but also concerned for the dead. He was really a great, gentle, and kind-hearted king. Let's also talk about the 72 pupils of Confucius. One of them was Gao Cai. He was a great virtuous man. Gao Cai was not only caring and kind to the animals, but was equally caring and considerate to trees and plants. This was because when Gao Cai was young, he often chopped and collected firewood in the woods. In the winter, he saw leaves falling from trees, and new leaves and green twigs grew later. He then could not bear to break these tender branches, but only chopped the ones that were withered. So the saying goes, Gao Cai don't cut young shoots. Up to now, his kind act is still being told by folks and people. All of us see that both Emperor Zhou and Gao Cai were kind, and wasn't that friendly and pleasant? Of course that was. Friendliness conveys auspiciousness and luck. So during the times of Emperor Zhou and Gao Cai, peace was everywhere. Everyone lived happily and favorably. Two, cruelty delivers tragedies. By now, all of you agree that friendliness conveys luck is a very good thing, but the opposite is cruelty brings tragedies. How should this be illustrated? Well, imagine a person full of rage and violence. He's bound to invite tragedies. If a family lives with hostility and fury, this family will attract misfortune. If a country is violent and brutal, its people will be put to disasters. What does Baoli mean? It means being brutal and violent. When violence is carried to the utmost, the person will begin hurting animals. As a start, he might target small ones, but when he is accustomed to killing small animals, he will move on to mid-sized animals. When killing mid-sized animals also becomes ordinary, he will progress to large animals. And when he is also used to killing large animals, he will be daring enough to kill humans. Situations just deteriorate. His parents' family might be his next victim. If so, this becomes the dome of turmoil to the world. This is what cruelty delivers tragedies refers to. We have clever people as well as less intelligent people. When bright people performed or saw a motion, they would figure out its corresponding effect. Those who are less brilliant are not only lack of this association ability, even you tell them millions of times the causes they did are not lawful and the consequences are going to be bad, they still will not listen. Therefore, a verse in the Buddha Sutra states, the Bodhisattva is afraid of causes, average mortals are frightened by effects. It means, when intelligent people think of a cause, they can deduce its effect, and dare not commit negative causes. The averages are not aware of the effects of bad causes, thus commit all sorts of sin. When it's payback time, don't frighten, it will be too late. Zhi qi shen. Not only did Buddha say zhi qi shen, people in the old days also said the same thing. Ji is a sign or motion, shen is recognizing. Like the smart people we just talked about, they could deduce what would happen once they saw a sign. Just like when bright people see that the steps at their front stoop turn damp and dewy, they know it will rain within 3 days. Or when they see the moon encircled by a dark hue, they know a storm is awaiting. The talent to tell the forthcoming rain before the rain pours, to know the storm is approaching before the storm arrives, is ji qi shen. Someone might ask, what are the benefits to know things in advance? If one is able to tell things before they happen, that person is said to have foresight. Having foreknowledge enables one to make accurate anticipations. Just as before the storm hits, one stocks up food and necessary supplies. Before the rain pours, he has the rain gear ready. When prepared well, even caught in periods of dry spell or stuck in days of continuous rain, one does not have to panic for the lack of preparation. Avoid trivial, restrict progression. This phrase means, no matter how big or small an unfavorable incident is, right at the beginning, we need to take note and prevent it from getting drastic. This is avoid trivial. Restrict progression means to put a plug to it, to stop it from developing further. One of the old sayings says, droplets of water could become a river, starlets of fire could burn a plain. It means drops of water, when saved up, could become a river. Sparks of flame, when smoldered, could destroy the wild. Hence, one should not underestimate even tiny beads of water or neglect small flickers of fire. We need to be mindful that the tension for war among nations is brewing. If you are in doubt, take a look. Country A has atomic bombs. Country B also has atomic bombs. What were their real intentions of creating these new weapons? As for killing lives, this is the sign of disaster. Someone might say, so what's the big deal? The war is not here yet. My friends, please don't say that. We should keep in mind, even for something as insignificant as drops of water, we should be proactive to stop the dripping. To prevent the sparks from blazing, we should quickly put them out. Then catastrophes will never come. At this point, somebody might question, what ways do Buddhists have to stop world wars from coming? We dare not make any exaggerated claims or proclaim that we have the power to stop world wars. Since world wars are products of collective acts, they should also be collectively suffered. However, we can prevent personal suffering from dawning. This is the same as the former argument to break from the mass. Remember, when no killing causes are made, there is no fear for fruits of killing. This is the way to stem the bad source. But what about killing causes committed in the past? Well, starting from today, you should put an end to killing animals. That is also equivalent to breaking the condition for killing, which is the best remedy. Philosophers' free lives. People commonly say, You Buddhists always assert the merits of not killing animals. No, this saying is not true. Not only Buddhists advocate giving up killing animals, intellects in olden China also had plenty of thoughts and reasoning about freeing lives. If you have reservations, I can validate it with an old story. Jianzi freed turtle doves on New Lunar Day. Zhou dynasty was one of the most prosperous eras. A lot of intellects were born. The 5 mighties and the 7 heroes also emerged then. On the first day of every new lunar year, aristocrats at that time would feast on a lot of turtle doves. A government official, Zhou Jianzi, would buy out all the turtle doves and free them on the new lunar year day. But someone went to him with this comment: freeing the turtle doves only once a year is not a thoroughly helpful approach. Zhou Jianzi found this saying make sense. He immediately issued an order prohibiting people hunting or hurting turtle doves and rewarded those who freed animals too. Misfortune propitious forbid killing. When in drought, people in the old days would pray to plead for the rain. Once the rain imploration started, animal slaughtering would be prohibited. Killing animals was regarded as unlucky even at those times. If there was an animal killed, the prayers would be ineffective. Animal slaughtering therefore had to be banned until there was rain. During the Tang Dynasty, there were even rules enforcing every 1st, 5th, and 9th months of the lunar year as the vegetarian Buddha months, and animal killings were not allowed. So was on the 10 designated vegetarian days in each month. Anyone who killed an animal will be violating the law. However, not allowing animal killing is a passive act. To step it up is to actively free captured animals. Emperor Qian Yun of the Tang Dynasty was a compassionate and kind king. He also promoted no animal killing and releasing captured animals. But where should all the free fish go? He came up with a great idea and gave out an order to the local governments to build releasing ponds. A total of 81 releasing ponds and lakes were then built in China. Every releasing ponds or lakes had texts inscribed in this stele. These inscriptions were written by famous scholars and renowned calligraphers. For example, An Zhenqin and many others. Their calligraphy copybooks are still being studied and practiced by folks today. Let's take a look at Emperor Zhang of the Tianxi era in the Song Dynasty, who was also a caring king. After the Wang Anshi War, he issued an order commanding every county to build a releasing lake. For example, today's West Lake in Hangzhou was the biggest releasing lake built at that time. Unfortunately, it has now turned into a lake where people fish and eat their catching. According to history, the Tang and Song dynasties could be concluded as the prime times for releasing captured animals. Responsible for personal killing debt. Some people might be gloating now. Oh good, I knew about the consequences of killing for a long time, but the cause and effect saying I don't have to worry about such judgment. My friend, don't get cheery about not having to pay so soon. You need to know every person is sinful of killing, so much that it's hard to keep tab. You said you never killed animals. Let's take a quick look together. When you were born, your mother worried that she did not have enough breast milk to nurse you. She then killed and ate a few chickens for nourishment. In your 1-month-old birthday party, animals were killed to feast the guests. When you grew up, animals were killed and served in your engagement party, and even more animals were killed and served in your subsequent wedding banquet. At the time when you were still going to school, treating your teachers also involved killing animals. Then later when you started working, Then some animals get killed when you took your clients out. When you turn 40, 50, wouldn't you plan on serving meat dishes in your birthday parties? When celebrating holidays and festivals like Qingming Festival in Lunar March, Chun'un Festival in Lunar May, Chongyun Festival in Lunar July, and Chongyuan Festival in Lunar September, didn't you offer animals in the worshipping services? And when you have guests at home, wouldn't you also serve meat dishes? At times when you were ill and could not eat much, didn't you eat some meat for a change of appetite? When you had recovered, didn't you cook a herbal duck to supplement and nourish your health? Or when you were fully recovered, didn't you thank your dollar with meat? Since a life has birth and death, on the day you pass away, there will be even more killing of animals. Just think and ask if it's correct that, considering the above situations, even you did not do the slaughtering yourself, you in a way did a lot of killings. For those who cannot do without meat, they in fact kill every day, and would be impossible to take count of the killings they did. We all killed in this life, as well as in our previous lives. As a result, committed endless killings. Killing a life will embitter its soul, trailing you every minute for a chance to revenge. Not only victims of the past will come and get even, the killing causes committed in the present life, planted in the eight senses field, ready to manifest at any time, are in fact seeds of sin, leading you to the path of pain and suffering. Let's remember, pleasantness and friendliness will bring auspiciousness and luck. Rage and brutality will deliver disasters. So, is daily killing, incessant killing, lucky or disastrous? Souls of the murdered, haunting and wanting your life daily is lucky or disastrous? You can decide that yourself. Looking at the way you put it, I'm terrified. How shall I redeem myself? My friend, no need to get too anxious. The disaster has not arrived, and the time to pay is not here yet. Just remember from now on not to kill any animals. It would be the same as putting out the flames to immediately stop them from spreading. What about those hateful and bitter souls returning with a vengeance? You have to have faith that Dharma is everywhere. There will be great power to free them from agony, assist and direct them to the passages of human or heaven. They will then no longer be able to cause troubles. Someone might wonder, I can be convinced that giving up killing animals can disrupt causes and stop conditions from developing. But when you Buddhists say the sutra can release souls of the dead from purgatory, I'm not buying it. If you are really skeptical about this, I can prove to you with two stories. Senior Mananti was the founder of the Pure Land sect. In his book, Leisure Writings at the Bamboo Window, he documented a public case. A lady from the Chow family married a young man from the Wen family. The Wens kept a lot of pigeons. One day, out of nowhere came a big snake and started eating the pigeons. At the same time, Lady Chow's maid saw what happened. She quickly picked up a big stone, threw it at the snake, and killed it. Little did she know the soul of the snake would not go away. 2 days later, it cast on the maid and through her uttered, "Give me back my life! Give me back my life!" She also acted and talked insanely. Lady Chow was very frightened, but all the men in the house were out. She then ran back home, asked her father to come to the Wens with her. When arrived, her father shouted at the maid, "What is all this nonsense?" "This is no nonsense. I want the maid's life. I wanted to eat pigeons 2 days ago, but she wouldn't let me and killed me with a stone. So I'm here to claim her life." "You were a snake wanting to eat a pigeon. You were alive. The pigeon was also alive. To would yours so as to save that of the pigeon. is proper and right. You were an animal. The pigeon was also an animal. You should claim the pigeon's life. Why do you have to demand for a human's life? This is all wrong. I'm not a snake. I was a general from the Jin province, serving Emperor Liang Wu, who became king of the Jin dynasty. I died on the battlefield when fighting with Hou Jing. Why did you say I was a snake? Hou Jing was a man 6 dynasties ago. It is the main dynasty now. It is really a pity that you reborn as a snake and did not know about it, let alone doing wrongs. You have lost the human frame already, and are now encased in the body of a snake. Resentment should be solved, but not promoted. What shall I do, now that I turned into a snake? Please have mercy and help me. You were from Emperor Liang Wu's time. You knew about Emperor Liang Wu composing a repentance and remorse essay to release Empress Qi's soul? Oh, yes. Emperor Liang's repentance essay was a great piece of work. Well then, would you like me to read the essay to you to release you? Yes, please, I would be grateful. Lady Charles followed them respectfully and sincerely read the repentance essay. When he was done reading, the man came out of the curse at once and was fine. You see, the Dharma can be found everywhere. It truly is unimaginable. Let me cite another real-life example. During the reign of King Zhao Chen in the Ming Dynasty, one evening, the boat of Prime Minister He docked at the river entrance located at a place called Sturgeon Mouth. That night, Prime Minister He made a dream and saw a temple god speaking. I am Song Da Wan, the god of 9 rivers. In our previous lives, Senior Monk Samei, you and I were 3 fellow apprentices. Samei has now become a national teacher, and you have become a prime minister, whereas, because I loved eating meat, was degraded to become a nymph. Merchants sailing on the river now worship me with meat and alcohol. In the future, I surely will be condemned to suffer the passage of evil. Knowing Senior Monk Samei has great profound skills and has helped a lot of beings release from their agonies, and that his boat will also be stopping here tomorrow night, could you not leave, but stay for another day, to ask for his help to release me from my sufferings, and to pray to the Buddha for forgiveness, to rid all my sins, so that I will not be hindered by my bad deeds, please? Prime Minister He listened to his details in a dream, consented to the river god's request to relay the message to Senior Monk Samei. The next day, Samei's boat really arrived. Prime Minister He then repeated the whole story, including the temple god's past fondness in meat eating and his wish to be released from purgatory. Samei immediately performed the releasing rituals for the river god, served vegetables dishes to public. During the ceremony, a chefman suddenly announced, "Through this virtuous act, the river god has risen out of sorrows. The new river god now has also taken refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha and complied with the 5 precepts. From today onwards, people must worship river god with vegetable dishes only. No more meat, fish, or fowl is allowed." Among the crowd was a weird man. He did not believe the new river god was speaking through the chef monk. He went home, prepared meat and alcohol, planned to worship the new river god with these items. When this weird man was holding joss-sticks ready to worship, he suddenly fell flat on his face and kept slapping his own mouth with his hand, saying, "I've already followed Senior Monk Samei not to take meat. I've made myself clear through the chefman 2 days ago. Why did you deliberately violate my precepts? Pay attention. From now on, never kill animals for my sake. When this weird man came out from his state, he instantaneously felt sorry and begged for forgiveness and would not dare to mess around anymore. Dear all, the above two stories have demonstrated that the power of the Dharma is great and magnificent. The effect is ripe. Only wholeheartedly repents can it be altered. Let alone the effect has not been materialized yet. Starting today, determine never to kill ever. Be a new person. Change the past by working the future. The first two lines of this Buddha verse say, heart is like hot furnace, sin is like snowflake. Drop the butcher knife to become a Buddha. Heart is like hot furnace, sin is like snowflake means if you are determined enough, your heart will be a big burner like. Sins will be like flakes of snow. Just think. When a piece of snow falls into a burning inferno, can it last? Drop the butcher knife to become a Buddha refers to an incident when Shakyamuni Muni was still alive. One day, a butcher holding a butcher's knife smeared with blood came to the Buddha to listen to his preaching. At the end of the sermon, the butcher seemed to have come to some revelations. While saying it makes a lot of sense, he dropped the knife he was holding. At the same time, the butcher was enlightened and eventually became a Buddha. Therefore, I urge each of you, before the one arrives, please quickly change the past by working the future, and promptly give up killing and free lives. By now, it is very clear that events of killing are attributed by killing causes made in the past. You reap what you sow. So break all causes of killing now, forestall conditions of killing and effects of killing. The tragedy of the sword and soldiers disaster would then never come.
Mr. Liao Fanyuan's actual name was Huang Yuan, alias Kun Yi. He was born in Wuqiang County, Jiangsu Province. When he was young, Mr. Yuan married into and lived with the family of his bride by the surname of Shu in Jiashan County, Zhejiang Province. As a result, he was awarded a scholarship by Jiashan County and became a government-supported student in the county. He passed the examination for Jiren in the township in the 4th year of the Longqing period during the Ming Dynasty under Emperor Mu Zhong. When Mr. Liao Fan was a student, he liked to study everything, whether ancient or modern, whether important or otherwise. He became an expert in astrology, law, irrigation, military affairs, politics, and feng shui. Mr. Liao Fan's family was not rich, yet he liked to give alms. He led a thrifty and simple life by chanting Buddhist scriptures and incantations and sitting in meditation every day. No matter how busy his public or private affairs were, he never failed to sit quietly for his meditation sessions every morning and evening. He was 100% a philanthropist.
Good morning, Father.
Good morning, Tianji. Tianji. Go back to the house and study.
All right, Father. I'll go now.
Is 2 cents. Okay, thank you. Please come again. Hot steamboats. Come here, come steamboats. Fresh from the steamer. Steamboats. Uncle, how about a few steamboats just fresh?
Mine is a small family. Just give me 6.
6 buns! Okay, please wait a minute.
Please come and buy my wares.
6 buns. Very soon they'll be ready.
Give me 2 sesame seeds cakes also. My son likes them.
Okay, please hold on a minute. Uncle, please hold carefully. 2 sesame cakes also. The price is 8 cents. Thank you. Have a nice day. Yes. Steam buns. Hot steam buns, just fresh. Steam buns. Hot steam buns. Hot steam buns.
Many dumplings available, many things available.
My dear lady, are you all right? Are you sick? What has happened to you?
Not sick. I'm just very, very hungry.
Oh dear. Why have you left your house before taking your meal?
I've come out to look for some food. Because there's nothing left back home.
I have some steamed buns and sesame seed cakes. Please take them and eat. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Eat slowly. Yeah, eat slowly. Old lady, it's getting cold. Take this money and buy some clothes.
You're really a philanthropist. I wish to pay my last respect to you.
No, lady, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't, please. If we don't have compassion for others, then we don't deserve to be humans. Don't. Please eat.
My benefactor, what's your name? I want my descendants to remember your kindness forever.
It is not necessary. Take good care of yourself. That's all I want.
Father?
What are you doing here?
Well, I'm hoping to be placed in the first 5 positions. But my mind's terribly confused. Looks like there's no hope.
You have to be patient. Impatience is not a virtue.
Father, I don't know why my mind can't be calmed down. It looks as if I'm fated not to come out top.
As long as you're willing to study hard and try your best to do good works, you can change your own destiny. It is often said, refraining from all wrongdoing and practicing all forms of kindness brings about a reduction of distress and the coming of fortune. This is the basic principle behind creating one's destiny.
Is it so? But all the people in the temples have said that our fate is predestined. How then can it be changed?
This is merely the viewpoint of ordinary people. No wonder you are confused. Okay. Let me relate my own experience as an example for you, so you may understand it much better. Yes, you will understand. Sit down. My father passed away when I was young, and mother persuaded me to learn medicine instead of becoming a scholar. In her opinion, learning medicine would be a good way to support myself and to help others. Besides, having a skill, I would never have to worry about making a living, and I could even become famous. According to her, this was my father's wish for me. I listened to Mother and gave up the idea of becoming a government official. Until one day, when I went to the Compassionate Cloud Temple. Good morning, Your Eminence.
Gentlemen, from your facial appearance, you are destined to become a government official. Moreover, you will attain the rank of erudite first-level scholar next year. Why don't you study then?
Oh, this is because my mother said to me. He appeared to me to be a sincere person. So I told him my reason for giving up studies to learn medicine. I also asked him about his life experience.
My last name is Kong. I come from Yunnan province. I have inherited the knowledge of Mr. Kang Xie Shao, who developed the art of prediction very well. By calculations, I am supposed to pass it on to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Please follow me. So I invited Mr. Kong to stay in the house and told my mother about him. Please have some tea.
Mrs. Yuan, forgive me for being direct. 5 generations ago, your Yuan family was a flourishing one. Unfortunately, after a disaster in spring 47 years ago, you were the only surviving family member in the whole clan. Moreover, your husband died at a young age.
Mr. Kong, you're really a master fortune teller. Even a disaster a few decades ago cannot escape from your calculation. You're indeed a living immortal.
You flatter me. I only made my conclusions based on the art of prediction. No wonder it is so accurate.
Mr. Kong is such an expert in the art of prediction. Why don't you ask him to help predict your destiny?
Yes, Mother. Believing what Mr. Kong had said, I began to study again to prepare for the examination for erudite first-level scholar. Once again, Mr. Kong made a prediction for me. According to him, as a student, I would place 14th in the county examination, 71st in the regional examination, and 9th in the provincial examination. The following year, at the 3 places of examination, I placed exactly as he predicted. Then I asked Mr. Kong to calculate the predictions for my entire life. The results of his predictions were that I would pass such and such a test in such and such a year, I would become a civil servant in such a year, and in such a year I would receive a promotion. Finally, I would be appointed as a magistrate in Sichuan province. After holding that office for 3.5 years, I would resign and return home. At the age of 53, I would die around 2 o'clock in the morning on August 14th. It was fated that I would not have a son.
Father, aren't these predictions wrong? Now you are over 60 years old, and I'm your own son.
Let me continue. From then on, the outcome of every examination I took turned out exactly as Mr. Kong had predicted. Mr. Kong predicted that I would be promoted only after receiving a salary in the weight of 91 dans and 5 dus of rice. However, I had received only 71 dans of rice when a senior education official recommended me for a promotion. I secretly began to doubt Mr. Kong's predictions. Nevertheless, the prediction turned out to be correct after all, because the recommendation was turned down by his superior. It was not until several years later when Mr. Chiu Min-ying saw my old examination papers and exclaimed that the essays were well written, and it would be a pity to bury the talents of such a great scholar. Mr. Ying wanted their magistrate to issue an official order for me to become a candidate for imperial student under his authority. After undergoing this eventful promotion, my calculations showed that I had received exactly 91 dans and 5 dus of rice. From then on, whether it was promotion, rank, or wealth, I deeply believed that all came about in due time, and that the length of one's life is predestined. I began to view everything in a more detached manner and ceased to seek gain and profit. After being selected as an imperial student, I was to attend a university at Peking. During my year-long stay at the capital, my interest in meditation grew, and I often sat silently without giving rise to a single thought. I lost interest in books and did not study at all. One day I paid a visit to the enlightened Zen master Yungu at Chixia Mountain. This visit changed my whole destiny.
Mr. Yuan.
Master.
The reason why ordinary people are unable to attain sagehood is because they have too many wandering and false thoughts running through their minds. In our 3-day meditation, I have not observed the slightest wandering thought arising from you. Why is this so?
Mr. Kong has clearly predicted the entire outcome of my life. The time of life, death, promotion, and failure are all predestined. There is no use or need for me to think about it.
I thought you were someone of remarkable capabilities. Now I realize you are nothing but a common mundane person.
Master, please explain what you meant.
An average person's mind is forever occupied by wandering and imaginary thoughts. So, naturally, his life is bound by the Shi of yin and yang as well as fate. We cannot deny the fact that fate exists, but only ordinary people are bound by it. Fate cannot bind those who cultivate great kindness. This is because their virtues accrued from kind acts are so great that these acts will alter their original destiny for the better. The merits accrued can actually change their destiny from suffering to happiness, poverty to prosperity, and short lives to long lives. Similarly, fate cannot bind who commit great wrongdoing. When a person's bad deeds are so great and powerful, they will cancel out the good fortune and prosperity predetermined in his original fate, and his life can be transformed from good to bad. For the past 20 years, you have lived your life according to Mr. Kong's predictions and did not do a thing to change it. Instead, you became bound by your own fate. If you are not considered an ordinary mortal, then who is?
Can one escape from his fate then?
We create our own fate. Good or bad fortune is also determined by ourselves. When I commit bad deeds, disasters are bound to strike. When I cultivate kindness, good fortune will naturally come my way. It says so in all the great ancient books of wisdom. In the Buddhist teachings, it is written that if one wishes for and seeks wealth, position, a son, a daughter, or longevity, one can attain them. One only has to cultivate kind deeds in order to escape the control of fate. Since untruthful speech is one of the greatest offenses in Buddhist teachings, we can be assured that these are not lies. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas certainly have no reasons to deceive us.
But Mencius once said, whatever is sought for can be attained. The seeking is in oneself. This refers to inner qualities such as virtue, kindness, and morality. These are all qualities we can work toward. However, when it comes to outside factors such as wealth, fame, and prestige, how can we seek to attain them? Don't these have to be granted by others?
Mencius was correct, but you misinterpreted his meaning. Huining, the sixth patriarch of the Zen school, has taught that all the fields of merit are within one's own heart. The outside is merely a reflection of the inside. By seeking within ourselves, we can not only attain the inner qualities of virtue, kindness, and morality, but we can also attain wealth, fame, prestige. These are embodied in one's fate. One will attain them even without having to seek. Therefore, if one cannot reflect within one's own heart, but instead blindly seek from outside, then this search is in vain. By the way, Mr. Kong has predicted that you will not receive an imperial appointment nor get a son, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
If this is your fate, then you should reflect on your past deeds. What are your feelings?
Those who receive imperial appointments all have the appearance of good fortune, and I do not. I am very impatient, intolerant, indisciplined, and speak without restraint. I also have a strong sense of pride and arrogance. How is it possible for me to receive an imperial appointment? There is an old saying, life springs from the dirt of the earth, and water too clean often harbors no fish. The first reason why I feel I do not deserve a son is because I am addicted to cleanliness, resulting in the lack of thoughtfulness for others. The second reason is that harmony is the cultivator of all life, but I have a quick temper. The third reason is based on the principle that loving kindness is the basis of reproduction and harshness is the root of sterility. I overly guard my own reputation and cannot sacrifice anything for the sake of others. The fourth reason is that I talk too much, which wastes a lot of chi or energy. The fifth reason is that I also delight in drinking alcohol, and that depletes my spirit. The sixth reason I do not have a son is my habit of staying up nights, not knowing how to conserve my energy.
According to you, then, there are too many things in life you do not deserve. Not only fame and a son. We should know that both good and bad fortune are all formed from one's heart. Whether a person should enjoy fortune or starve to death are only consequences of their own actions and thoughts. The heaven merely leads the happening of events according to the forces of nature and does not impose any interference. This is just like the weight of a person, depends on his own content and not that the balance is being partial. Do you understand? Similarly, bearing children depends on the kind of virtue accumulated by a person. For example, if a person has accumulated enough merit and virtue for 100 generations, then he or she will have descendants to last 100 generations. For those who have no descendants at all, it is because they may have amassed sins instead. Mr. Kong has predicted that you will not receive an imperial appointment or have a son. We can think of these as the results of your past misdeeds, but even that can still be changed. If you can intensify your good deeds by doing more charitable works, then the merits accumulated by you will result in your receiving good reward.
I understood and believed in the Master, and I began to repent of all my past wrongdoings in front of the Buddha image. I wrote down my wish to pass the imperial examinations, and I vowed to complete 3,000 meritorious deeds to show my gratitude towards heaven, earth, and ancestors. Master Yungu showed me a chart, and he taught me how to keep a daily record of the kind and evil acts I committed. The kind acts, they were to be recorded at the top portion, and evil acts at the bottom of the chart. He told me that bad deeds could neutralize the merits I accrue from good deeds. The Master also taught me how to recite the Junti mantra.
Mantra writing experts once said, "Those who practiced the art but do not know the right way to do it will be laughed at by gods and spirits." The secret behind writing mantras is the absence of thought from start to finish. In the process of writing, one must not give rise to a single improper thought. Even kind thoughts have to be let go of. Only under these circumstances can a mantra be successful. Let's try. When one prays or seeks something in terms of changing fate, it is important that one does it when the mind is still. In this way, wishes will be easily fulfilled. Mencius stated in his principle of forming destiny that there is no difference between longevity and short life. At first glance, one would find this hard to understand. How can longevity and short life be the same? In actuality, when we look within our hearts, we will find no duality, no difference. We should see everything with eyes of equality and live morally regardless of good or bad times. If one can practice accordingly, then one can master the fate of wealth and poverty. Therefore, when we are able to create and form our own destiny, it does not matter whether we are presently rich or poor. Just as a wealthy man should not become callous in his thoughts and actions because he is rich, a poor man should not resort to committing evil deeds due to his poverty. In either case, one should keep to one's place in society and be a virtuous person. The actions of worldly people usually follow their thoughts. Whatever has to be thought is not considered natural. Accomplish the state of no thought by reciting the Junti mantra continuously to overcome scattered thoughts in the mind. And when you recite, you must not think of reciting, but recite consciously and diligently without any attachment. When the reciting becomes second nature to you, it will be efficacious.
My name used to be Xue Hai, which meant broad learning. But after having understood the fact that destiny is created by ourselves, I changed it to Liao Fan, which means transcending the mundane, because I did not wish to be like worldly people who allow destiny to control them.
Oh, I see.
From then on, I began to be constantly aware of my thoughts and actions. Soon I felt quite different from before. I became respectful, careful, and conservative in my thoughts, speech, and actions. I maintain this attitude even when I'm alone, for I know that there are spirits and gods everywhere who can see my every action and thought. Even when I encounter people who slander me, I can take their insults with a patient and peaceful mind. The year after I met Master Yungu, I took the preliminary imperial exam in which Mr. Kong had predicted I would come in third place. Amazingly, I came in first. Mr. Kong's predictions were beginning to lose their accuracy. But I did. Master Yungu had said that destiny could be changed, and now I believe it more than ever. Although I had corrected a lot of my faults, I found that I could not wholeheartedly do the things I ought to do. Even if I did, it was forced and unnatural. I reflected within and found that there were still many things wrong in not being eager enough to do it, or harboring doubts when helping others in need. Sometimes I forced myself to act kindly, but my speech was still untamed and offensive. I found that I could contain myself when sober, but after a few drinks, I would lose self-discipline and act without restraint. Although I often practiced kind deeds and accumulated merits, my good deeds were offset by my faults and offenses. A lot of my time was spent vainly and without value. It took me more than 10 years to complete the 3,000 meritorious deeds I had vowed to do. I was unable to dedicate the merits from these 3,000 kind deeds at a temple until I returned to my hometown a few years later. Then I made my second wish, and that was for a son. I vowed to complete another 3,000 good deeds. 1 year later, you were born. Every time I performed a kind deed, I would record it in a book. Your mother, who could not write, would use a goose feather dipped in ink and make a red circle on the calendar for every kind deed she did. Sometimes she gave food to the poor or bought living creatures from the marketplace to free them in the wild. She recorded all these with her circles on the calendar. At times she performed more than 10 kind deeds in a single day. We continued to perform and accumulate kind deeds in this manner, and in a mere 2 years, the 3,000 deeds were completed. Once again, I made another wish in the temple, and that was to pass the next level in the imperial examination, the Jinshe level. I also vowed to complete 10,000 meritorious deeds. After 3 years, I attained my wish and passed the Jinshe level. I was made the district officer of Baodi County. While in the office, I prepared a small booklet to record my merits and faults and called it the Book of Disciplining the Mind. I told the door guard to place the booklet on my desk every morning. From that day, I recorded all my good and bad deeds in that booklet. Every evening, I would burn incense and make a report of my deeds to the heavens at a little altar in the garden. Once, your mother was concerned when she saw that I had not accumulated many merits. And she asked, "In the past, I was able to help you in your accumulation of kind deeds, and we were able to complete the 3,000 meritorious deeds. Now you have made a vow to complete 10,000 kind deeds, and there are fewer opportunities to practice them here at the government residence. How long will it be before your vow can be fulfilled?" That night, after your mother spoke the words, I had a dream.
Liao Fan Yuan.
My heavenly lord.
Why are you unable to sleep?
My lord, this is because I have made a vow to complete 10,000 meritorious deeds, but to date I have not achieved good results. I'm afraid this vow will never be achieved during my living time.
When you became the district officer, you reduced the taxes on the rice fields. That was a great kind deed, and that deed itself was worth 10,000 merits. Your vow is already fulfilled.
As it turned out, the farmers in Baodi County had to pay a very high tax, and when I came to office, I reduced the taxes on the rice fields by nearly half. But I still held doubts and wondered how a single deed could be worth 10,000 merits. Coincidentally, the Zen master Huan Yu was traveling from the 5 plateau mountains of Shanxi province and stopped in Baodi. I invited him over, and told him of my dream and asked whether it was believable. Master Huan Yu said, when doing kind deeds, one must be true and sincere and not seek any rewards or act with falsity. If one does a kind deed with such a true and sincere heart, then one deed can be worth the merit from 10,000 kind deeds. Besides, your act of reducing the taxes in this county benefits more than 10,000 people. You have relieved the suffering of heavy taxes on all these farmers. Upon hearing his words, I gave a month's salary for him to take back and use the money to offer food for 10,000 monks and dedicate the merits for me.
Father, what happened after that?
Mr. Kong had predicted that I would die at the age of 53. However, I survived that year with no illnesses, though I did not ask the heavens for a longer life. Now I am 69 already. In Buddhist teachings, it is written, "The way of the heavens is undetermined, and neither is one's destiny." It is also said, "Destiny is not set, but is only created and determined by oneself." These are all true, and I have come to understand that both fortune and adversity are all the results of one's own doing. Destiny is not something fixed, but can be changed.
Father, I wonder how my life will be.
This is not important. In any case of destiny, we should always prepare for the worst. Therefore, even in times of prosperity, you must act as if you were not. And when things are going your way, you must be mindful of adversity. When you are wealthy, be mindful of poverty. And when loved and respected by all, you must remain careful and conservative. When the family is greatly respected and revered, you must carry yourself humbly. And when your learning is broad and deep, you must not display it, but keep it humbly within. These 6 ways of contemplation just mentioned by me are a means to tackle the problem from its opposite side. If one can thus cultivate the mind, then virtue and morality will grow and fortune will increase on its own. There are many intelligent people in the world who refuse to cultivate morality and virtue and cannot put forth diligent effort in their work. Their failures later in life are owed to a single word: laziness. In short, the teachings of Master Yun Gu are truly the most worthy, profound, real and proper teachings. And I hope that you will study them closely and practice them with all your effort. You must use your time wisely and not let it slip by in vain. Do you understand?
I know, Father. Thank you for your teaching.
How can we be free from faults when we were not born as saints or sages? Confucius once said, "One with faults should not fear to correct them." As such, when we have made a mistake, don't be afraid to correct it. During the spring-autumn period, many prestigious advisors and counselors of nations were able to accurately predict whether a person's future would be good, bad, disastrous, or fortunate based on their observations of that person's speech and behavior. These can be seen recorded in several history books.
What methods did they use to make predictions?
Usually there are signs which signal impending danger or of coming good fortune. These signs are a reflection of one's heart. Though it isn't the heart from which thoughts arise, the body and its limbs can fully portray a person's character. For instance, if a person is kind-hearted, then his or her every gesture will indicate steadiness and stolidity. If this behavior portrays kindness, then you will know for sure in advance that his good fortune is not far behind. On the contrary, when we see unkind behavior from a person, we will know that troubles await him or her.
Then how do we make corrections?
There are 3 ways to reform one's faults. First, one must feel shame. As the saying goes, one who knows shame is not far from being a courageous person. Think of all the ancient saints and sages whose names and teachings have lasted through hundreds of generations. They were the people just like us. But why is my name tarnished and my reputation ruined in just one lifetime? I find that it is because I overindulge myself in material pleasures and have been badly influenced by the polluted environment. I also secretly do many things I am not supposed to do and think others won't know about it. Sometimes I disregard the nation's laws and am not ashamed of it. Without realizing it, I stoop lower each day until I am no different from an animal. There is nothing else in the world which calls for more shame and remorse than these behaviors. Mencius once said, "Shame is the greatest and most important word in a person's lifetime." Why? Because one who knows shame will put forth his best effort in reforming faults and will eventually attain sagehood or become a saint. The second way to reform is that one must know fear. What are we to fear? We must know that the heaven, earth, spirits, and gods all hover over our heads in observation. They are different from man in that they can see everything without obstruction. Therefore, it is not easy to deceive them. If my offense is serious, then all kinds of disasters will befall me. If the fault is minor, it will still deduct from my current fortune. How can I not feel fear? Therefore, we must fear the spirits and gods every moment. Even I'm in an empty room, the spirits and gods watch over me very carefully and records everything. We can try covering up our evil doings from others, but the spirits and gods can see through to our hearts and know our every action. Ultimately, we cannot deceive ourselves. We would feel embarrassed and dishonored if others happened to see our misdeeds. Therefore, how can we not be constantly cautious of our every action and be fearful of the consequences they might evoke? But there is more to it. As long as a person still has one breath left, then he has the chance to repent of the most serious mistakes and offenses. If a person can have an overwhelming and courageous kind thought at the most important moment, then it can cleanse away hundreds of years of accumulated sins. This is just like how only one lamp is necessary to bring light into a valley that has been dark for 1,000 years. Sit. Besides, we are living in a tumultuous and constantly changing world. Our body, being made of flesh and blood, is extremely perishable. If our next breath does not come, then this body will no longer be part of us. By then, even if we did want to reform, we would not have the chance to do so. Therefore, when you commit evil, Your retribution in the physical world is a bad reputation and name which will last for hundreds and thousands of years. Even filial children and loving grandchildren cannot cleanse your name for you. Whereas in your afterlife, you might end up in hell suffering immeasurable pain. Even Buddhas and Bodhisattvas cannot save you, so how can one not be fearful?
Father, is there any other way?
Yes, there is. The third way is one must have determination and courage. A person who hesitates to reform his faults is one who really does not want to change, but is content with what he can get away with. His willpower may not be strong enough, making him afraid to change his wrongdoings. A minor fault is like a thorn sticking into our flesh and should be quickly removed. A big fault is like a finger bitten by a poisonous snake. We must cut off that finger without hesitation to prevent the poison from spreading and taking our life. There are also 3 methods of practice in helping us reform. First is changing through action, second is changing through reasoning, and third is changing from the heart. Since the methods vary, so do the results of change. For example, if I killed living beings in the past, I now vow not to kill again starting today. If I was angry and yelled at others in the past, I vow not to get angry starting today. This is how a person changes through action. However, this is merely suppressing yourself not to do something, and it is difficult to achieve the objective of getting rid of your faults permanently. A more ideal method is changing through reasoning. In the case of killing animals, one can think thus: loving all living things is a virtue of heaven. All living things love life and are afraid to die. How can I be at peace with myself by taking another's life to nurture my own? We should know that the way to healthiness lies in the utilization of our energy and not delicacies. We can be nourished just as well by consuming vegetarian food. Why let your stomach become a graveyard? If you think about it, you will naturally feel sorry for these animals and be unable to swallow their flesh. The same holds true for changing one's bad temper. One should think of the fact that everyone is not the same and has his or her individual strengths and weaknesses, and as such, we should understand and accommodate one another. If someone offends me for no reason at all, then it is his problem, and that has nothing to do with me. There is no reason for me to get angry. Therefore, no benefit, but rather harm is derived from killing animals and getting angry. There are other faults and offenses we can change along the same lines. If we can understand the reasoning behind the need to reform, we will not make the same mistake twice. Though a person's fault can amount to thousands of different types, they all stem from thoughts of the mind. Tianqi, come here. If your heart is rooted in vices such as desire, fame, profits, or anger, you don't have to find ways to get rid of each fault. All you need is a sincere, kind heart and the willingness to practice kind deeds. As long as your heart is virtuous and kind, then naturally your mind will not generate any improper thoughts. All mistakes stem from the heart. Therefore, one should change from the heart. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
If we are willing to cultivate our hearts, then it is possible to purify our thoughts right away. And this is because wrongdoings originate from the heart. Purifying the heart can erase all improper and bad thoughts before they are carried out in action. The best way is by cultivating the heart and understanding the reason behind the need to change. The alternative way is forcing ourselves not to commit the wrongdoing again. Sometimes all three methods have to be used to succeed at reforming a fault. During the spring-autumn period, there was a senior government official in Wei named Bo Yu Chu. When he was 20, he was already mindful of his past faults. He studied his mistakes and tried to correct them thoroughly. At the age of 21, he felt he still had not completely corrected all his faults. When he was 22, he felt as if 21 was spent dreamily without practical improvement. Thus, year after year, he continued to correct his faults. When he reached 50, Bo Yu still felt that the past 49 years were full of wrongdoings. This was how particular our ancestors were regarding the correction of faults. We are all just common people, and our mistakes are as numerous as the spines on a porcupine. Often, when we look back, we do not even see our own faults. This is because we are careless and do not know how to reflect on our own actions. There are also indications when people have accumulated too many offenses and sins. For instance, one's heart may feel confused and oppressed, lacking energy and spirit. One becomes extremely forgetful, full of worries, and feels embarrassed and depressed upon meeting a virtuous gentleman. One becomes displeased at hearing righteous reasoning, and when showing kindness to others is in turn treated with hostility. One will constantly have nightmares where everything is upside down and will talk incoherently and behave abnormally. These are the symptoms of those who have accumulated too many sins and offenses.
Father, what should we do when faced with this situation?
If you have any of the above symptoms, you should immediately gather your willpower and reform all faults. It is necessary to form a new life for yourself. I hope you will not delay. Do you understand?
Yes, I do, Father.
The Book of Change stated, "Families who perform kind deeds will accumulate fortune, which can outlast many generations." Therefore, in order to change a bad life into a good life, we not only have to reform our faults, but also have to practice all forms of kindness and build upon our virtue. Only in this way can we rid ourselves of the karma created in the past. Once our kind practices accumulate, our bad life will naturally turn into a good life. Thus, the practice of changing destiny can be proven. Once there was a family by the name of Yen. Before they agreed to give their daughter in marriage to the man who later became Confucius' father, they looked into the past deeds of the family. After finding the family to be one that practiced kindness and accumulated virtues, the Yen family felt assured that their daughter would be marrying into a family that would be prosperous with outstanding descendants. Sure enough, their daughter later gave birth to Confucius. Confucius had once praised Shun, an emperor of early China, on his filial piety, saying, "Due to his great filial piety, Shun and his ancestors will be known and respected by others. His offspring will be prominent for many, many generations." These sayings were later proven true throughout history. Now I will prove to you in these true stories that merits can be attained through performing kind deeds. In Fujian province, there was a prominent man named Rong Yang who held a position in the imperial court as the emperor's teacher. His ancestors were boat people who made a living by helping people cross the river. Once there was a storm which lasted so long that fierce flooding washed away all the people's houses. People, animals, and goods were carried downriver by the current. Other boaters took advantage of the situation and strove to collect the floating goods. Only Rongyang's grandfather and great-grandfather took interest in rescuing the drowning people. They did not take any of the goods that floated by. The other boaters all laughed and thought them to be very stupid. Later on, when Rongyang's father was born, the Yang family gradually became wealthy. One day, a Taoist priest came to the Yang family and said, "Your ancestors have accumulated a lot of merit. Your offspring should enjoy wealth and prominence. There is a special place where you can build your ancestral tomb." So they followed the Taoist suggestion. Shortly after, Rongyang was born. Rongyang passed the imperial examination when he was only 20 years old and later received imperial appointments. The emperor even bestowed his grandfather and great-grandfather with the same imperial honors. His descendants are still very prominent today. So says a proverb, a sense of pity is present in everybody's heart. Zicheng Yang from Zhejiang province is another example. Zicheng worked as a member of the clerical staff of the county courthouse. He was a kind, humane, and law-abiding man. Once, the county magistrate punished a criminal by beating him until he fell, and his blood spilled out onto the ground.
Beat him!
I've been wrong, Your Honor. I've been wrong.
Beat him again!
Please, I've been wrong,
Beat him!
Your Honor. I didn't
Beat
do
him!
it.
Beat!
I've been wrong, Your Honor.
You cunning fellow! Very daring! Beat him!
I've been wrong, Your Honor. I didn't do it.
Beat him again! Beat him again! Beat him! Beat!
Your Honor, please remain calm. Please stop beating him.
It's all right for you to bleed. But how can I not be angry when this person has broken the law?
Your Honor, when even those in government positions of prestige and power are corrupted and do not follow the righteous path, how can one expect the common people to abide by the laws? Thus, in a case like this, we should be more understanding.
Although Zicheng came from a very poor family, he never took any bribes. If the prisoners were short of food, he would always take food from his own home, even if it meant going hungry himself. This practice of compassion never ceased, and eventually Zicheng had two sons who both became very prominent and held important government positions. Even the descendants of the Yang family remained prominent for a long time as well. So says a proverb, loving all living things is a virtue of heaven. Here is another true story that happened during the Ming Dynasty. Once, an organization of bandits appeared in Fujian province. The emperor appointed General Xie to lead the imperial army to pacify them. General Xie wanted to make sure that the innocent people were not accidentally killed in the hunt for bandits. So, he managed to obtain a list of those who belonged to the organization and commanded that a white flag be given secretly to those who did not belong to the bandits. They were told to place the flag on their door when the imperial army came to town, and the soldiers were ordered not to harm the innocent. With this one thought of kindness, General Xie saved nearly 10,000 people from being killed. Later, his son placed first on the imperial exams, and he later became the prime minister. His grandson also placed highly on the exams. His whole family thus attained high positions and great wealth. Another legend happened to the Lin family from Putian County in Fujian province.
Take this one outside. Hi. Don't worry, everybody. Everybody, you will get a share. Don't worry, everybody will get a share.
Take some.
Don't scramble.
Yes, this one for
here.
you.
This
some.
one for you.
Over here.
Take
some.
carefully.
Yes, this
Don't
one for
drop
you.
it.
Yes.
Yeah. Hold properly.
Don't drop it.
Don't drop it.
Take some for yourself. Come again next time.
All right.
Take over. Yes. Take some.
Okay.
Yes.
Take
Goodbye.
carefully. Yeah, this one for you.
This is for you.
Yeah. And this one for you. Take another one. Come.
Among their ancestors was an old lady who was very generous. Every day, rain or shine, she would make steamed buns to be given to the poor. There was a Taoist priest who came every day for 3 years, and each time would ask for 6 or 7 steamed buns. The old lady always granted his request, and she never expressed any displeasure.
Don't scramble. All of you will have your share.
Yes.
Come.
Madam Lin?
You are...
I have eaten your steamed buns for 3 years. Perhaps I can show my gratitude this way. On the land behind your house, there is a good place to build the ancestral grave. And if you're placed there in the future, the number of your descendants who will have imperial appointments will equal the number of seats in a litter of sesame seeds.
Really? Oh, thank you for your kind guidance.
Don't mention. Since you're sincere in helping people, you should receive good retribution.
That's a blessing.
When the old lady passed away, the Lin family followed the Taoist's suggestion and buried her at the designated place. The first generation after that, 9 men received imperial appointments. From here we can see that one's charitable deeds and accumulated merits will really benefit one's descendants. A proverb says, "One who is pure-hearted will be respected by both gods and ghosts." There was an imperial secretary from Taizhou by the name of Ta Zhu Ying. When he was young, he used to study in remote mountain areas, and he had the following encounter.
Here's your opportunity. There's a village woman whose husband left home a long time ago and has not returned. Her in-laws think that their son is dead and are forcing her to remarry. But she is defying their order because she wants to preserve her chastity.
That's right. Tomorrow night she's going to commit suicide by hanging herself here. And
will replace me so that I can be reborn again.
Congratulations! Tonight let me celebrate with you first.
No. I must try to save the woman.
In order to save the woman, Mr. Ying immediately set out to sell his parcel of land on the following day. He obtained 4 liangs of silver and made up a letter from the daughter-in-law's husband and sent it to her home along with the silver. The parents-in-law, they noticed that the letter was not in their son's handwriting. But upon examining the silver, they found that the silver was indeed genuine. And as such, they did not insist on forcing their daughter-in-law to remarry. Therefore, the daughter-in-law did not commit suicide, and her husband returned home eventually, and it was a happy union.
Well done! Mr. Ying not only saved the woman, but also her marriage. It's really a good deal.
Later, Mr. Ying heard the ghosts speaking to each other again.
Originally, I was able to leave this place for rebirth, but my chance got messed up by Mr. Ying.
Why don't you inflict some harm on him?
No, I can't. His goodness and virtue has been recognized by the Supreme God, and he's going to receive a prominent position in the future. How can I harm him?
After hearing this, Mr. Ying became even more diligent in practicing kindness and accumulating merit. Whenever there was a famine, he would use his own money to buy food for the poor and the needy. And he was always eager to help those in emergencies. When things did not go his way, he always reflected within himself rather than complain of the outside world. Even today, his descendants are still very prominent. Another example is Kung Si Tu, who lived in Jiaxing County, Zhejiang Province. Mr. Tu used to work in the courthouse and would spend nights in the prison cells talking with the inmates. Whenever he found anyone to be innocent, he would write a classified report to the judge informing him of innocent cases. The judge would then question the prisoners accordingly and clear the case. Through Mr. Tu's efforts, more than 10 innocent people were released, and all of them were extremely grateful to him. Soon after, Mr. Tu also made a report to the emperor recommending that investigators be sent to check the prisons for innocent people every 5 years, and that the sentences could be reduced or cancelled in order to prevent the innocent from remaining in prison. The emperor agreed to Mr. Tu's suggestion, and he was chosen as one of the special agents in charge of reducing sentences for those who might be innocent. One night, Mr. Tu dreamed of a deity who told him, "You are not supposed to deserve a son in this life, but this act of reducing prison sentences for innocent people is in line with the wishes of heaven. You will be bestowed with 3 sons, and they will all attain high positions." Soon after that, his wife gave birth to 3 healthy sons, Ying Xun, Ying Kun, Ying Chun, who all became senior government officials. Another example of attaining good outcomes from practicing kindness is someone who is a distant family of our Yuan clan.
Is it so? Who is he then?
He is Ping Bao, who lived in Jiaxing. Ping was the youngest of the 7 sons of the magistrate of Qizhou, Anhui province. He was sought into marriage by the Yuan family at Pinghu County. Ping Bao was very knowledgeable and talented, but he was never able to pass the exams. Once, While traveling on one of his many journeys to Lake Liu, he was caught in very heavy rain.
Here you are, Master.
Amitabha, Mr. Bao.
Abbot, I don't have the heart to allow the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva to be defaced by the rain and dust. Could you use these 10 liangs of silver to have the temple repaired?
Oh, I'm sorry. Repairing the temple involves a big project, and your silver is insufficient for this purpose, so I'm afraid that it is very difficult to fulfill your wish.
Master, don't give any more. This is a whole family belongings.
As long as the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva remains undamaged, I don't care if I have to go without clothes. Abbot, please take my humble offering.
Amitabha, to give up money and clothing isn't a difficult deed to accomplish, but your deep sincerity is truly rare and precious to encounter. Amitabha.
Please don't mention it. I have to make a move now. Thank you.
After the temple was repaired, Ping Bao led his father over to visit and spend the night there as well. That night, Ping dreamed of the Dharma protector of the temple who had come to thank him, saying to him that since he had accumulated these merits and virtues, his children and descendants would enjoy having imperial appointments for generations. Later on, his son and grandson both passed high examinations and were appointed as senior imperial officers. Tianqi, there is real goodness and false goodness, honest goodness and crooked goodness, hidden goodness and visible goodness, seeming goodness and unseeming goodness, improper goodness and proper goodness, half goodness and full goodness, big goodness and small goodness, and finally, difficult goodness and easy goodness. These different types of goodness each have their own reason, which should be carefully learned and understood. If we practice kind deeds, but do not learn the way to differentiate between right and wrong, we may end up doing harm instead of good. Now, I will explain the different types of goodness one by one. Once upon a time in the Yuan dynasty, a group of scholars went to pay homage to eminent monk master Zhongfeng, who was advisor to the emperor on Tianmu mountain.
Master, Buddhist teachings often speak of the retributions for good and evil. They say it's like the shadow following the body wherever it goes. This is saying that doing good will always have its rewards, and doing evil will always have its punishments. Then why is it that there are people who practice kind deeds, but their families and descendants are not prosperous and successful. On the other hand, there are evil and wicked people who do bad things, but their families and descendants do quite well. Is there no fairness in Buddha's teachings?
Ordinary people are blinded by worldly views. They have not cleansed their minds of impurities and cannot see with true perception. Therefore, they look upon true goodness as evil and mistaken true evil as goodness. This is very common nowadays. Furthermore, these people do not blame themselves for bad perception on their part, but instead blame the heavens for their misfortunes.
Master, goodness is goodness, and evil is evil. How can they be mistaken for each other?
Could each of you express your opinions on what is good and what is evil?
Master, to yell at and beat others is evil. To respect and treat others well is good.
Well, not necessarily.
Being greedy for wealth and taking another's money is evil. Not being greedy and abiding by proper way is good.
Not necessarily.
So, what is really considered good and what is really considered evil?
To do things with the intention of bringing benefit to others is good. To do things for the sake of oneself is evil. If what you do is for the sake of benefiting another, then it does not matter if you yell at him or beat him. That is still considered good. If your intention is for self-benefit, then, regardless of your appearance of respect and courtesy, it is still considered evil. Therefore, when one practices kind deeds with the sole intention of benefiting others, this is considered as benefiting the public. And if it's public, then it is real goodness. If you only think for yourself when doing kind acts, then what is considered private benefit, and that is false goodness. When kindness springs from within the heart, it is real goodness. When one does good just for the sake of doing a good deed, then it is false. Also, when one does good without expecting anything in return, it is considered real goodness. When one practices kind deeds for some other purpose than to benefit others, it is false. These differences should all be scrutinized by those who wish to practice true kindness.
What is honest goodness and crooked goodness?
People nowadays often look upon a conservative and nice person as a good and kind person. However, the ancient sages and saints have shown that they prefer those who are courageous and hold high goals for themselves. Those who appear to be conservative and careful in their everyday actions may be liked by all people, but because of their weak personality, they easily go along with everything, and they are unable to think for themselves. From this, we can see that the viewpoint of common folk greatly differs from that of the sages, whose view is similar to that of the heaven, earth, gods, and spirits. Therefore, those who wish to accumulate merit should practice with a true and humble heart, not for the purpose of pleasing others. Honest goodness comes from the thought to help all others, and crooked goodness arises from the thought of greed in wishing only to please people. Therefore, if you wish to help all people, that is honest goodness. But if it is because of greed you please people, it is crooked goodness.
Father, what is hidden goodness and visible goodness?
When one does something good and people know about it, it is called visible goodness. When one does something good and no one knows about it, it is called hidden virtue. Those with hidden virtues will naturally be known by the heavens and will be rewarded. Those who practice visible goodness are known by people and they enjoy fame. Fame itself is a fortune, but fame is not favored by heaven and earth. For heaven and earth do not like those who seek fame. We can see that those who have great fame but lack the virtues supporting it, they will eventually encounter some kind of unthinkable adversity. A person who truly has not done any wrong but continues to be falsely accused by others will have descendants who will suddenly become very prosperous and very, very successful.
But then, why is there a saying that what seems to be goodness but is actually not?
In the spring-autumn period, there was a country named Lu. Because there were other countries which took their citizens as slaves, the country of Lu made a law which rewarded those who paid the ransom to regain the freedom of their fellow citizens. At that time, Confucius had a student named Zigong who did not accept the reward, although he paid for the ransom to free his people. But when Confucius heard this, he scolded Zigong, saying, "You have acted wrongly in this matter. When saints and sages undertake anything, they strive to improve the social behavior, teaching people to be good and decent. One should not do something just because one feels like it in order to gain vanity fame." On hearing this, Zigong became puzzled and looked at Confucius with a frown. Confucius then explained to him, saying, "In the country of Lu, the poor outnumber the wealthy. By refusing the reward, you lead others to think that accepting the reward money is being greedy. Thus, all the poor people who do not wish to appear greedy will hesitate to pay ransom in the future. Only very rich people will have a chance to practice this deed. If this happens, no one will pay ransom to free our people again." Another student of Confucius, Zilu, once saw a man drowning in the river, and he went forth to rescue him. Later, the man thanked him by giving him a cow as a token of gratitude. Zilu accepted his gift. Confucius was happy when he heard this and said, "In the future, people will be willing and eager to help those who are drowning in deep waters or river." If we look at these two examples from the view of common people, Zigong, who did not accept the reward money, was good, and Zilu, who accepted the cow, was not as good. Who would have known that Confucius praised Zilu instead and scolded Zigong? From this we can see that those who practiced kind deeds must not only look at the present outcome, but should also consider effects of the act in the long run. One should not only consider one's own gain and losses, but should look to see the impact made on the public. What we do right now may be good, but with passing years it may inflict harm upon others. Therefore, what seems like goodness may in fact be the opposite, and what appears to be the opposite of goodness may someday turn out to be goodness done after all.
Father, what is improper goodness and proper goodness?
In the Ming Dynasty, there was once a prime minister named Wen Yi Liu, who, when growing old, retired to his hometown, where he was loved and respected by all. Once, a drunken villager proceeded to insult him. Mr. Liu thought that since he was drunk, he would not want to bother about the latter. A year later, the same man committed a grave crime and was sent to jail with the death sentence. Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu said with great remorse, "If I had taken him to the authorities for punishment that day when he came to insult me, perhaps this would not have happened. A little discipline then could have prevented the great harm done now and might have saved him from certain death." This is an example of doing something bad while having good intentions. There is also an example of those who did good when they in fact intended otherwise. Once a famine ravaged the land and people stole food from others in broad daylight. A rich family reported their stolen losses from the marketplace to the authorities, but the government did not want to get involved and did nothing to stop the people. Eventually, the people grew more daring and chaos was imminent. So the rich took the law into their own hands and proceeded to catch and punish those who stole from them. In this way, peace returned to the land and the people stole no more from one another. It was with selfish intentions that the rich family acted, but the result of their deeds actually did everyone a great benefit. For we all know that goodness is proper and evil is improper. But remember that there are cases where deeds done out of good intentions result in evil, and deeds done with evil intentions result in good.
Father, what is half goodness and full goodness?
In the I Ching, it is said, when a person does not accumulate kind deeds, he or she will not attain good fortune. When one does not accumulate evil deeds, he or she will not bring about great adversity. If we are diligent in doing kind deeds, it is like collecting things in a container, and with diligence it will soon be full. If we are somewhat lazy in our collecting, then the container will be half filled. This is one explanation of half goodness and full goodness. Once upon a time, there was a poor lady. This lady went to visit a Buddhist temple and wished to make a donation. However, she was so poor that she had only 2 cents, so she gave these to the monk. To her surprise, the temple's abbot himself came forth to help her repent for past offenses and dedicate her merits in front of the Buddha. The lady was very touched by his move. Later on, the same lady was chosen to enter the imperial palace, and she became a concubine to the emperor. Clad in her riches, the lady once again went to the temple to donate, this time bringing thousands of silver pieces to give. To her dismay, the abbot only sent his disciple to help her dedicate her merits. The lady did not understand, and so she questioned the abbot.
Master, in the past, I only gave cents in donation, and you helped me repent. Today, I donate in great sum, and you will not help me perform my dedication.
Amitabha, the money you gave in the past was scant. It came from a true and sincere heart, and it was necessary for me to repay your sincerity by personally performing your dedications. Today, although your donation is much more, the heart of giving is not quite as true and sincere as before. Thus, it is enough that my disciple performs your dedications for you.
This is an example of how thousands of silver pieces are only considered as half goodness and 2 cents as full. Do you understand? Another example is of Li Zhong, an immortal of the Han dynasty. He was teaching his student Dongbing Liu the art of transforming iron into gold. They would use this gold to help the poor. Dongbing asked his teacher, "Will the gold ever change back to iron again?" Li Zhong then answered him saying, "After 500 years it will return to its original form." Dongbing then shook his head saying, "In this case I don't want to learn this art. It will harm those who possess the gold 500 years from now." Li Zhong then smiled and said, "To become an immortal, one must complete 3,000 virtuous deeds. What you have just said came from a truly kind heart. Your 3,000 deeds are fulfilled." When we perform a kind deed, it is best if we can do it out of our innermost sincerity, not seeking rewards or noting in our minds how much we have done. If we practice thus, then all our good deeds will reach fulfillment and success. If instead we always think of the deeds we have performed, looking for a reward of some kind, then no matter how diligently we practice in an entire lifetime, the deeds will still be considered half goodness. For example, when we donate money to the poor, we can practice what is called pure donation. In this type of giving, we do not linger on the thought of I, who is giving, or dwell on the importance of the object I am giving away, or think of who the receiver is. We are simply giving, and it is out of true sincerity and respect. When we give with pure donation, then one dew of rice can bring boundless fortune, and the merit from giving 1 cent can wipe away the transgressions of 1,000 eons. If we always keep in mind the good we have done and expect rewards for our actions, then even a donation of thousands of liang of gold would still be considered half goodness.
In that case, how can we define big goodness and small goodness?
Once there was a high-ranking official named Zhong Da-wei, who was led into the spirit world to be judged for his good and bad deeds.
Don't be alarmed. I have summoned you to the spirit world to let you know about your past good deeds. Can the judge bring out his records of good and evil deeds?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, I'm younger than 40 years of age. How could I have attained such a bad record?
When you have a single thought that is improper, it is considered a bad offense there and then. It does not have to be carried out through action to be counted as wrong. For example, when you see a pretty lady and give rise to improper thoughts, that is an offense. Weigh his scroll of good and evil deeds.
Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, his scroll of good deeds is heavier than that of his evil deeds.
Surprise that my scroll of good deeds is heavier than that of my evil deeds. I can't really recall what major good deeds I've done.
Have you really forgotten about it? Once the Emperor planned to build a great stone bridge. You opposed the project due to the hardship it would cause the thousands of people needed for the work. Well, this is a copy of your proposal to the Emperor.
I did make that proposal, but the Emperor dismissed it. How can it bear so much weight against my numerous offenses?
Although the Emperor did not take your suggestion, that one thought of kindness you bore for the tens and thousands of people was very great. If the Emperor had listened to you, then the good performed would be even greater. Take him away.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Therefore, when one is determined to do good for the benefit of all people, then a small deed can reap great merits. If one thinks only about benefiting oneself, then even if many deeds of kindness are performed, the merit would still be small. What is difficult and easy goodness? The knowledgeable scholars of the past used to say, when one wishes to conquer one's greed and desires, one should start with the most difficult to overcome. We should practice like the old teacher Mr. Su of Jiangxi, who gave 2 years' worth of salary to a poor man to pay for the fine to the government. Thus he saved the man and his wife from being torn apart, should the husband be taken to prison. Another example is Mr. Zhang from Hebei, who saw an extremely poor man who had to mortgage his wife and child and had no money for their redemption. If he was unable to pay for their return, the mother and child could both lose their lives. Yet another example is Mr. Jin from Chenqiang, Jiangsu province. He was old and without any sons, so his neighbor offered their young daughter in marriage to him to give him descendants to carry on his lineage. But Mr. Jin could not bear to ruin the otherwise bright and long future of this young girl, and so refused the offer and sent her back home. This is another example of being able to overcome what is most difficult to conquer in oneself. Therefore, the heavens showered down fortune, which was especially good for these 3 old men. It is easier to accumulate merit and virtue for those who have money and power than for those who are poor. But if one refuses to cultivate kindness, even when it is easy and one has the chance to do so, then it would truly be a shame. For those who are poor and without prestige, doing kind things for others is a great difficulty. But if in this difficulty one can still manage to help others, then it is a great virtue, and the merits gained would be boundless. In being a moral person and dealing with affairs, we should help others whenever the opportunity presents itself. You should know that helping others is not such an easy task, and that there are many ways to do it. In short, the ways of helping others can be simplified into 10 important categories.
Father, what are these 10 categories?
Go and get ready the brush and ink before you take them down.
Well, I'm ready, Father.
All right. The first is supporting the practice of kindness. When we see the people trying to do a little kindness, we should assist them in their deeds and help their kindness grow. When we see others who wish to do good but cannot accomplish it on their own, we should lend a hand and help them succeed. This is the way we can cultivate supporting the practice of kindness. The second category is harboring love and respect. We should harbor respect towards those who are more knowledgeable